Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone around this globe of ours. Yes, it's a globe. We don't want to have this argument again, chat. It's a globe. Welcome to Toast AM, our last and first Toast to Toast in the lovely month of May. And with me, as always, is my lovely co host and friend. We'll see how this goes. Dave,
It's me. I've
it's a
been here the
you.
whole time,
Just lurking.
lurking, hanging around all May, just waiting patiently.
I believe this was my fault. For the previous May cancelization.
Well, the way there's blame to go around. We've both had
That's
our
true. I
hands in
recall that
some of the
I
issues.
I had a schedule and you had a wellness issue. So
Yes,
yes,
yes.
but we're not here to talk about times when we were less than great.
It'd make for an easy show. Give us lots to talk about.
No,
You know,
the times when we're great. That's the short list.
I guess that's true. I mean, we could just open the lines. Say, let's talk
We
about
could just
times
we
me
could
and
just
Paul
open the
figured out
lines.
we just
That's right.
open up the lines. Yeah.
Yep.
So you know
All
what,
right.
Paul? We're here.
Yes.
It's May. We finally get to enjoy. I have a replicario.
Oh, you do? Oh,
Painted
that's
finish.
oh
This is it's
yeah.
I'm a big fan. Let's say this is one of the two special bottles that I have tonight to
That is amazing. I sadly finished my Replicario bottle, so
I
I
got to
don't.
share this with some mutual acquaintances of ours
Very good,
in
very good.
they were big fans. Big fans. Yep.
Awesome. No, yeah, that's a good one. I'm looking forward to having that again.
Man, that smells so good.
I'm starting tonight with normal black barrel tequila.
Good enough. Yep.
So cheers to the show, and cheers to Dave's microphone not working tonight.
How about there? There we go. It's back.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that happened multiple times tonight, everybody. So just enjoy that.
Enjoy that. So Dave sadly is not very tech savvy.
No,
So
no. Don't tell my employers.
that's right. And
Yeah.
you're this Commodore 64 you've been using low these many years.
I would honestly be impressed. That would actually be if a single stream had happened, then there we go. But Paul,
But yes, Dave.
we got a lot to cover tonight. There's a lot of exciting things. I previewed tonight's episode a little bit. I listened to more of it than I generally do because I got hooked. Paul, I started listening just to see, and I'm excited.
And it's funny because
Yeah.
your excitement led me to listen to none of it.
There you go. Yeah. Are you in a Canadian territory? Because you heard none of it. Put up. Yeah,
Very good.
It's like the kind of night it's gonna be.
That's kind of night it's gonna be. We
Yeah.
had Bella's having a nap. All good. And we have other things. We have other things we don't want to know what's happening in the world. That's not
Well,
a
I mean,
thing.
we could talk about Andor, but I feel like we probably shouldn't in this public setting because we haven't had a chance to talk about that yet.
I mean, other than
yeah,
when this is over and if you haven't seen it, go
you
fix
should
that.
go fix that. Yeah.
We'll get into it later.
Yeah.
No, we're ignoring the world tonight.
Yep.
And we are here to concentrate on toast to toast, coast to coast. You guys in chat,
yes,
whom we are excited to hang out with, and but also Dave. Unfortunately, sadly, we can't do this. We cannot do this show just out of the sheer goodness of our hearts.
we
would
wish
love
we
to.
could, Paul. We would.
We do wish we could.
If it was up to us, this would all just be, out there for everyone to enjoy forever with nary a care in the world.
That's right.
Sadly, that is not the world that we live in. There are There are bills, there are expenses, there's operating costs, there's bail money that has to get paid,
Absolutely. We got to
various
grease the wheels, we say
Mhm.
sometimes. Grease the,
Yeah,
yeah.
NDAs are signed with
Hmm.
various interns for various reasons,
Indeed. So,
and all that takes money, you
so
know?
I mean, so part of that comes from the super chats. We appreciate the super chats. We read.
More Yeah, I think more than people ever realize. We really do. We love the support.
Indeed, when when appropriate, we take the time to read some of those. Well, all of them that are appropriate, we read on
Yeah,
air.
yeah.
And but also just the reality of the world we live in this cutthroat world that we live in, where who knows who's terrifying whom. We gotta pay some bills.
We gotta pay some
So, Dave,
bills.
did you find ourselves a sponsor for this week?
I did find a sponsor, Paul. Luckily I did have a number of weeks to work on it, as we mentioned. So, you know what? We got a little something special lined up tonight, Paul. And I got to tell you, I really am tremendously excited to talk about this week's sponsor. Um, Let me tell you, Paul, we've had a lot of really amazing sponsors over the years. We've been doing this show for a couple of years now. We've had money, we've had pants, we even had organized religion sponsor a stream. I would go so far as to say that when it comes to YouTube live streams, there is not a single one, not one single one that can touch our incredible track.
Microphone, microphone.
This is going to get real old real fast.
Whoop.
This is, yeah. Anyways, I don't remember. I don't know where I was when I cut out. But Paul, look, okay. Tonight's sponsor, I can easily say, is the biggest sponsor we've ever had. Probably the biggest sponsor we possibly could land. It is no exaggeration to say that tonight's sponsor has touched the lives of every single person watching the stream tonight. In fact, I would be willing to go on a limb and say tonight.
It's a magical evening.
I don't know what to do about this. This is unenjoyable. Okay. I have no idea whatever. Where was I? You know
Yeah.
what, Paul? Let's just jump right to it. The sponsor of tonight's stream is none other than Entropy. That's right, Paul. Entropy. The inevitable, inexorable, inviolable rune of all things. From the soon to be seen collapse and explosion of stars hundreds of times larger than our sun to the erosion of an anthill on a rainy afternoon, all things slide towards chaos. All the energy you expend slowly dissipates to unorganized heat. The very cells that make up your body degrade little by little. Indeed, the very nuclear bonds that join the molecules of your pillowcase are all falling apart every moment of every day. Certainly, there are steps you can take to resist this fall into the abyss. You can recycle, you could build solar panels, you could slather yourself in super glue in an attempt to hold all the bits and bobs together. Entropy would like to take this opportunity to let you know that you're not fooling anybody, not even yourself. Time only ever marches forward. So find some people you love and enjoy what you have before the cold, unstoppable hand of entropy takes it all away in the end. And Paul, while you're doing that, watchers of this, there we go.
Mm.
Now we're back. Oh, this is brutal. Okay. You know what, Paul? You know what you get? You get one of these two decorative keychains. They're
No one hears you. It's dead air. But I do like how I. This is incredibly clever how you have set up your sound to demonstrate how
yeah,
our sponsor works.
the inevitable route. I also think I just broke a USB drive. Anyways, you know what, Paul? Just It's gonna happen anyway, so you might as well act like it's what you wanted all along. Entropy. Enjoy. Wow. This is rough. We'll see if it keeps going.
Well, we'll see.
Maybe I'll try restarting or something.
Sure, sounds good. You're a little tinny. I don't know if you got further away, but
Maybe.
we at least hear you, so that's all
Yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah. Am I still there? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that there's some kind of promo code that
Yeah, it
you've
was toast,
entered.
whatever. Everybody knows how it works.
TOST to number 2 TOST.
Yeah.
To get I don't know what you get, half price off your entropy. Anyway.
You get the USB keys. There was a black and an orange.
Oh, I
USB
see. Very good.
whether you want to be on Team Dave or Team Paul, right?
I see. Well, there you go.
Absolutely free. So that's a pretty good deal. Yeah.
All right. Well, so we got that going for us tonight. So this is going to be extra fun.
Frickin' guy.
So another thing is happening tonight. Before we get to the very exciting episode that we will be covering of our belt, if you can see up in the corner there,
yes.
we got the trivia night.
Yay!
Now, some of you, if you're joining us for the first time, then welcome. And what we sometimes do here on the show is we have a trivia game that is an interactive component, and the winner of the night's trivia can join the Tumblr Club. Now, anyone can join the Tumblr Club if you have a few dollars, because you can just go on the link and you can buy yourself a Tumblr. But also, the winner of the trivia will also receive a toast to toast tumbler. So that's something worth playing for. And as some of you may know, we had some hiccups with the softwares in previous times, and how smoothly things are going tonight. I'm sure that the testing I did just today will just mean it's all going to go super smooth on the trivia as well. But so here's how the trivia works. These are questions now, Dave. I didn't look. I assume these are themed to the theme of the show. Dave's mic's not working. I'm just going to go ahead and assume. So I'm going to assume that these are themed in some way related to the maybe to Bigfoot, because part of the show is covering Bigfoot. Maybe it's about Atlantis, because those are the things. 4 out of 4. I don't know what that means. Oh, 4 of each. Maybe that's what we're playing. Now we're playing charades on stream. This is entertaining television, everybody. Well done. We're the only stream on YouTube right now, so what are you gonna do? All right, so we're gonna start trivia. I haven't read them, so
hey, there, I'm back.
There you go. So when the question is read, there'll be 4 choices. You type number 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat. It's better to get them correct than to get them fast, but if it's a tie at the end, the speediest correct answers will beat out the slower correct answers. So I think that has about covered it. Let me get this countdown clock going. I believe the show tonight also has some Bible stuff, but I haven't listened to it, so I don't know. But we'll see what the trivia questions are and whether Dave's able to read them. If not, I will. No, he's gone. I'll be reading the question.
But now.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. For a precious few seconds. All right. Question number 1. The famous audio recording of a Bigfoot screaming was recorded in Washington State in what year? Paul, was it year 9372 in the Sasquatch calendar? Is it actually a recording of John Lithgow at an after party in 1987? Was it recorded in 1978? Or was it recorded in 1971? A momentous year by all accounts.
I have a good guess. I have a guess. I'm not gonna say yet because I want everyone. But I will say 1978 was the year of the Star Wars Holiday Special.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to think, well, that was too much awesome for one year. We can't have Bigfoot screaming and the Holiday Special in one year, or it's just like that's a charmed year. I'm guessing
amazing things happening.
I'm thinking it's D, year? Dave. I'm going because just cause I'm just saying cause I think just. And Dave's gone, but my gut says, oh, Most people, I was correct. It is D. 1971 was an important year because that's the year my Star Wars hockey, not my Star Wars, that's the year my hockey card collection began. That's
Yeah.
the, I've been collecting,
There we go.
yeah.
Can you hear me again? I'm tempted to try
You,
restarting
well,
to see,
if you want to do a restart, you feel free.
because
This might be a touch annoying, and I also need to make sure I pause the game before it moves on.
you
Hold
do
on.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause the game. So, but anyway, now you got the hang of the trivia.
Yep.
Good job, Icarus and Scuzzbopper and Jediah. And yeah, you guys are in the lead, but there's 8 questions, so we got plenty
What,
plenty to
what,
catch up
Shannon?
on.
I don't have to stand here and listen to these wild accusations.
All right. Well, I am going to. So I don't know what's happening with this Art Bell show that we got going on today, other than I know that there's 2 guests. One is a specialist of some sort on Bigfoot, and one is a specialist on Atlantis, and that eventually it devolves into fighting about the Bible. So that's all I know. That's all you know. Let's get it started. Oh, I need to set up the trivia timer. Watch it in the corner. That's when the next trivia question will be it. Let's go with Art.
Now, all the way to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Linda Howe. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Well, since I did that Bigfoot story with the audio tape of the eerie screams recorded near Snohomish, Washington in the 1970s, I have received several more encounter reports, including your facts last week, and I want to share
So it would have been a good night for trivia because Art's we're like 30 seconds in. Art's already got a fax. Oh, do we have a? Oh shoot! I hope I haven't missed multiple super chats. But we look like we have a super chat. Oh, it's a member chat. Thank you, Rosina. Bible stuff's coming up. Is Paul any good at Bible stuff? Well, that depends entirely on who you ask. Some would say yes. Some would say definitely not. So anyway, thank you, Rosina. Welcome to the show. Welcome here. Thank you all of our members of the Black Box Club. Black Box Club, boot it up. Give us some black boxes.
from 2 of them tonight, along with a replay of that Bigfoot scream. The first story is from Ted Fraley of Carson City, Nevada, who has been haunted by an encounter he had while deer hunting with a friend 35 miles east of Redding, California in the fall of 1956. He said it is in his memory etched as if it happened yesterday. It frightened him so much. It was around 10 p.m., and the 2 men were shining flashlights around to see.
And right to the back of the meadow, I would say this had to be about 60, maybe 60 yards or so across the meadow, back into the bushes. My light fell on the strangest set of incandescent eyes that I've ever seen. These
I see you,
eyes
Dave.
were almost...
I see you, Dave, by the way. I need to just... Apparently you came in on a different link than you were, so I just have to fix that. Hold on a sec.
like they had lights behind them. They were grayish blue in color and very, very bright. They weren't like a deer. They certainly weren't any bear. They certainly weren't a mountain lion. They were like none I've ever seen before. Richard saw them right away, and he says, "What in the hell is that?" I says, "I don't know. You think I ought to shoot it? We'll find out." And I said, "No, that can't be a mountain lion. They don't reflect like that." Richard says,
There we go.
Plug it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Um,
Have we been hitting all the super chats while I was gone all the way back to Brian's member chat? And
oh, maybe not all the way back. Were they before the trivia? Because apparently that's gone. I got Rosina's. Oh, hold on. Let me see what we got here for.
There was Brian Quasimodo brain cramp, and then Rosina.
Ugh. Okay. Well. So we got.
Why not Zoidberg?
We got Quasimodo. He's writing some gibberish. Happy something to Shannon Q. Good job.
Yep.
Quasimodo, appreciate that. And Brain Cramp writes, beer tastes better out of a winning tumbler. And something Paul. So that's
Something doesn't
cool.
make any
Thank
sense.
you, the Brain Cramp.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. They said, and happy birthday, Paul Dave is what it said.
Oh, is that what it said? Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So
that's not technically true yet, though.
We are 48 minutes away. 38 minutes away, pardon me.
And then Brian way back wrote, cheers, great way to start a long weekend. That was like way back at the start.
Thank you, Brian. So apologies for me not having those on the screen. We were dealing with other
we were distracted.
We've been dealing with some stuff. So anyway, I mean, so if you want to send super chats, I guess I will read the words in the super chats, but otherwise I'm pretending the world's not happening. So because that's the way I like it. I like denial, Dave.
Me and audio interface, because apparently
this is
one's dying on me.
Yes.
This is old though. We got this. This is back from panel to frame. Fractal.
Oh, is that? I had to replace the one. Well, the one is it? Did you also have a second-hand one when we did panel to frame?
Yeah.
So we both had
that one secondhand from our good buddy M.
No, well, we both did. They were basically, these were sound interfaces that had been put in the garbage by professional musicians.
So this one is one I bought.
Oh,
I bought it along with the mics at the very start. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But it was not expensive. It was an inexpensive one from Long and McQuaid, because we were like, well, I don't know, let's just try this. So it was,
well, yeah, we didn't know what was happening here. We didn't. Yeah. We weren't rolling around in Marvel money.
We were just screwing around.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So what you've missed so far, Dave?
Yeah.
I don't know if although you did hear this before. So far we have the lady panelist whose name I missed.
Right. Yep.
And she is talking about how apparently last time she was on Art's show, she played a clip of a Sasquatch screaming.
Right. Yeah.
And that because of that interview, that a number of people have sent her audio messages. That now she seems to be playing audio messages from other people who are saying that they also have heard Sasquatch screaming.
And then the Sasquatch scream does get played later.
Okay. So far we are hearing other people nodding in affirmation that Sasquatches scream. Now the one that we're currently listening to, I don't know if you want me to back it up. It sounds a little bit like so not vocally, but the story sounds a lot like, remember Bugs?
Yeah, it was the guy night hunting, right?
Shot himself a Bigfoot. Yeah. Frankly, it sounds like the current caller that we're listening to also may have shot himself.
Yeah.
May have shot himself a Bigfoot and or a person in a fur coat. So that's
might have just also shot a homeless person.
It's possible. It's possible. All right.
Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that.
So I assume
we'll just a lot of people like the shirt. This is a good shirt. Yeah.
We'll just go forward from here.
Yes. Onward and upward.
Onward and upward. Great. And thank you all to the super chats. I greatly appreciate you. And I promise to try harder to read the super chats.
That's all we can do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
I'm ashamed to say that's exactly what I did.
Nope, he did. He shot himself a Bigfoot.
The engine was off. We had both the spotlights on this thing. The eyes weren't moving. They were looking right at us. I leveled that 30-30 Winchester across the hood, and I squeezed off around, aiming just a little bit above the eyes, but right between the eyes. The woods came alive. I've never heard a scream. That tape recording you played on Art Bell was very, very similar. Art said it made the hair stand up on the back of his head.
Very similar. Very similar, Dave.
Very similar. Yeah. So basically, it's very similar. Oh, what I was trying to tell you before. So we have 4 Bigfoot questions followed by 4 Atlantis questions.
Okay.
Follow the flow of the show.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
Yeah. When he heard it in real life, only 60 yards from this thing, the bushes were totally moving. I couldn't see what was bouncing around in there, but the scream started at a low ebb, got higher and higher and higher, and I swear the trees vibrated. The decibel range was so high, it was totally incredible. I looked over at Richard. He looked at me. The first and last time in my life that I've ever seen a man's hair stand straight up on end.
Look at that. That's incontrovertible proof, Paul.
That's it? That's the scream?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bigfoot scream. Yeah.
And that made his hair stand on end?
Well, you know, if you hear a submarine when you're out in the mountains.
I suppose.
To this guy's credit, he at least sounds sad about shooting as opposed to Bugs.
He did.
Like, no,
Bugs
I made the right call. Yeah. I'd do it again.
Once again, the common factor, though, very clearly illegally night hunting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do we need? Let me know in the chat. Did you get enough? Did you get enough of the Bigfoot sound, or need to rewind that?
You can hear it again. You don't want to miss it. Everybody hold your phones up to your computers. Make sure you get your Bigfoot scream recorded for your ringtone.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Well, recently in July 1989, Skip Hornbach of Seattle was visiting a mining claim near...
Oh my, they don't even talk about it. Okay, all right. So one thing to note, so I did not edit this episode.
Yeah, no.
But Dave noticed while he was listening that the music had already been edited out. So there may well be other parts.
And clearly, no, it's very clear there are snippets of conversation, especially in this first Bigfoot part. It's edited. And I don't know why. The Atlantis part is not. It's just sort of more like a thing, but yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, but I think that was the I have heard it before. That was the unedited Bigfoot scream. That does, now that you mention it, that's all I can hear of is basically, it sounds like Hunt for Red October submarine pings.
One ping. One ping only.
One ping
Yeah.
only.
Now that was a good movie. I'll just say that right now.
That was a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Timothy Harmon writes,
yeah.
So I put down my rifle and whipped out my tape recorder.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you do.
As you do. I will say in his defense that he didn't record that. The guy telling the story didn't record that.
Yeah, so that was the original recording that some researchologist had made.
Yeah. It's easier to say researcher than scientist because you don't need any real. It's like, I'm a researcher. Yeah. Yeah.
This all came about because I was trying to remember there was an episode of Coast to Coast that I remembered.
Yeah.
That just came to mind. I was like, I just really want to do this one in May here. And it was an episode where a researcher from British Columbia had basically got himself infiltrated with a family of Sasquatches.
Yes.
And was hanging out with them in their family setting and like eating meals with them and whatever. Basically, it's your Dances with Wolves, it's your Fern Gully, it's your
Jane Goodall.
It's your Jane Goodall, it's your the turncoat. He's basically hanging with the Sasquatches. Anyway,
in the mist.
It turns out that Art didn't host that one. That was one by George Norrie.
Yeah.
But Dave found this banger.
Yeah.
As a result
of searching for the one that we wanted.
So I'm excited about the Bigfoot and the Bible and the Atlantis and how those all come together.
Yeah.
All right.
Barrington, Washington, a logging town in the foothills of the North Cascade Mountain Range. He heard sounds that he said were like somebody pounding with a hammer, like building something in the forest, and then something came down from the mountain.
Fell off an 80-foot cliff through the trees busting branches on its way, hit the ground, fell on a pile of granite boulders covered with moss, bounced off those boulders, and rolled 150 feet down a hillside and landed at my feet.
For those of you who don't know, this is basically a retelling of how James, the brother of Jesus, died. So, you know,
Yeah, rolled 150 feet down a mountainside.
James, look it up sometime and find out how James, the brother of Jesus, died according to the later legends. And this is pretty close. This is pretty close. This is pretty close.
This is pretty close. You know what, Paul?
What's that?
It's so dang close, and we've had a rough start.
But there's no animation up here. There's no. Oh, you just want to jump straight to the trivia, do you?
Let's just have another trivia time. You know what? Because you know what, Paul?
Fair enough.
There are no rules.
There are no rules. That is correct.
This is our show. We can do whatever we want.
I feel like it's not so much a rule, but you know, microphone working is better than not microphone working.
Well, don't call attention to it, or you'll.
Although, you know, yeah, fingers crossed. So far, so good.
So far, so good. Right now, it seems okay. We'll just, yeah. I died in a Segway accident. Yep. do. I can't see the clock.
Oh, it's 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Oh, now it's trivia time.
Trivia time. Perfect. Hey, Paul, which newspaper coined the name Bigfoot in 1958? Was it the San Francisco Chronicle, the National Enquirer, the Mount St. Helens Journal, or the Humboldt Times?
Is there a meta theme going on? Is there a meta theme
unfortunately
going on? It's going on here. I think I
told you there may be.
Okay, well then I have a guess, and I'm
Sometimes
gonna.
I enjoy playing my own trivia games.
I'll wait, but if there's a meta theme going on here, then I mean, National
ironically,
Enquirer.
it's yeah. You're gonna get the right answer for the wrong reason.
Oh, I see. Okay, very good.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's number 4.
It is based on Humboldt County, California.
Oh, well, I lived in California.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Because I saw that, I'm like, that can't be right, and then looked, I'm like, oh yeah, sure enough.
So, but not the Humboldt that you and I are more familiar with.
Yeah, which could not have less to do with Bigfoot or Sasquatch or anything.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so Humboldt Times. Well, it couldn't be the San Francisco Chronicle because that that's.
It was in Northern California.
It was
Humboldt
in California.
County is in Northern California.
Fair
That's
enough.
where the Redwood National Forest is.
Okay, which did I take you to the Redwoods when I lived there?
No.
Mm.
No. I have been to Redwood National Forest, but I haven't been there with you. We didn't really go outside of San Fran
But I took you to the ranch.
Yeah.
Which is on the border of those redwoods.
Yeah.
Where they shot the Ewok, not Return of the Jedi, although the pyre scene from Return of the Jedi, where Darth Vader's body is
it was bamboozled. Yeah.
So it was too meta.
Yeah.
So what's happening here, Shannon, is that Humboldt is a town in Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
That Dave and I know well, and that's why that's a meta theme versus San Francisco might have also been a meta theme.
Yeah, I'm telling jokes tonight for one person.
It's
20 to 1. Yeah.
All right. Very good.
Hey.
So what was I talking about? Oh, on the ranch. They did so you know that they filmed all the those two the Battle for Endor and the other one. Which I'm blanking on at the moment.
Caravan of
Courage, and those were filmed at the
Caravan of Garbage.
Those were filmed right on the ranch because they were like, yeah.
We can save some money. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you can.
All right, very good. I need to pause this. So, whoa, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, I did pause it already. We're just chit chatting. All right.
Yeah. If anyone has tells a Star Wars story, you can tick off that square.
Yeah, we're not doing.
We're not doing bingo. We're doing trivia.
We're not doing bingo.
Yeah.
That's why I just felt unabashedly free to I'm just gonna.
That is true. I guess I didn't think about that, Shannon. The Humboldt Broncos were, in fact, that was a big national news story.
That was a big deal. Yep.
That unfortunate accident. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, downer there. We'll just leave that going. My unfinished journey. Is this their first super chat, Dave? I don't recognize the name.
I don't recognize my unfinished
Welcome,
journey. Now,
my
people's names
unfinished
can
journey.
change, but if you're new here, welcome.
Or
We hope
Mudge
you,
for short.
Yeah.
Hail Paul and Dave, and hail quasi-human targets.
There you go.
Cheers to you, Mudge. Well done.
Hail the victorious olders.
So I was
that rum's good.
I was in a trivia contest this week, Dave.
Yeah, how'd that go?
We couldn't have been more middle of the pack if you'd just made us. We were statistically right at the heart of that bell curve.
There you go.
I was put on a team of people that just, they were like, Shannon and Paul are here to answer the questions and we're here to drink.
Well,
and so it turns out when you do that, there's some certain types of questions that we don't know. We don't know. But the reason I brought it up was because I thought the team that won, their team name, Dave, was Suck It Trebek.
Yeah, there you go.
And I had so much respect for that. I was just like, yes.
May I ask what your team name was?
I don't. Oh, E equals MC Hammered was our team name.
That's also pretty good. That's also a pretty good name.
That was Shannon came up with that one.
Yeah.
So all credit that way.
Tip of the cap, Shannon. Well
but
done.
no, I just thought as soon as I heard there was a team named Suck It Trebek, I'm like, yeah, if these guys win, that's good with me. So how much trivia did you miss? Well, you 2 questions. So there's still plenty of there's 6 total, or 8 total, I mean, 6 left.
Oh yeah, I guess you gotta turn the trivia clock back on.
Oh, trivia clock. And we got my unfinished sock, or muss for short.
Or muss, yeah.
Says don't shoot quasi-human targets. Like and share. I think I agree.
Yeah.
That we here at Toast to Toast, I think it's fair to say, as our official stand is, don't shoot anything standing on 2 legs that you don't know what it is.
I think it's fair to say if you don't know what it is, maybe don't shoot it. Like I feel like that's something that came up in various gun safety courses I've been at and taken. As somebody who has done, hunting and shooting and gone through various things. I feel like that is the point that was driven home. If you don't know what.
So, feel free to cancel us if you must, but we're going out on this limb. We're woke. We're part of that woke mob now. Hey, we don't want you to shoot the Sasquatches.
I got a lot of
All
say.
right.
We're gonna move on.
Was just laying there in a heap. And all I had with me was a .22 caliber pistol. So here I am on a hillside with a bear laying there dead or unconscious on the ground, and I'm wondering what I'm going to do next.
Right.
If I'm going to die, if I'm going to be mauled to where I can't make it back to the car. And while all these things are going through my head and I'm making amends with my maker, the thing starts to move. I'm forced into a decision of what to do next. Trying to stay rational, I decided the best move would be to fire a shot over its head. Hopefully that would scare it. In the instant that it ran one way,
All right. So, as someone from Western Canada, their knowledge of bear safety is not great.
No.
What you want to do, is you want to not kill it, but scare it. That's
hang around a potentially injured bear.
Yeah.
While it's unconscious, be like, oh man, what should I do? I guess I'm just sort of going to stand around here a bit Wait till it wakes up.
until it's stirring, and then I'm going to make a
Yeah.
very loud noise that is very much going to scare the bear, but not
Even
hurt the
more.
bear.
The injured bear, the probably already
The injured bear
angry and
already
not-
in fight mode. Absolutely, because flight is not possible at this point.
Yeah. Hey, here's a little wildlife tip from Ranger Dave to everybody watching this stream. If an injured bear falls at your feet and seems to be
Yep.
unconscious, that is the time to leave. That is the time to go somewhere else as fast as you can. Just don't be there when that bear gets up on its feet. Yeah. If it's already moving, well, then what you do depends on the kind of bear, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
there's
if it's not-
there's
if that bear-
there's a whole flow chart involved with that part. But
don't think about, oh man, can I get this bear back to my vehicle to get it to safety?
Nope.
I need to need to somehow go get help for this. Is like, no, just leave. You just leave and let that let whatever is gonna happen. Maybe the bear will make it, maybe it won't, but you
And
don't
if
want to
you,
be within arm's reach when it wakes up. Yeah.
and has happened on my street where I used to live.
Yeah.
In the city where I used to live. When you see a baby bear
Yeah.
and you see a mother bear, what
Yeah.
you don't want to be
Yeah.
is in between them.
Yeah.
If you are, what you got to do is fix that. Stat.
Did I tell you that story? I feel like I've told this story on stream before.
Possibly. But
my sister and brother-in-law, who were both very outdoorsy, because they were hiking in the Rocky Mountains at one point. And as they were going, they looked in a clearing, my brother-in-law, and there was 2 baby cubs there. I think they were black bears, baby cubs. And Travis is like, I don't see the mother. He said, and they turned and looked, and the mother was on the other side of the clearing. They were in between.
Oh no,
the
yeah,
cubs
that's
and the mother bear. And Travis, so I've heard this from both of them. My brother-in-law, he sort of looked over, so he's like, okay, we need to slowly back away and not attract attention. And he turned around, and my sister, who is a marathon runner, was already like a half a kilometer, like just quietly and quickly just took off running and left. And he's like, son of a bitch. Yes, yep. And the yoink. And I'm gone. Yeah.
And the yoink. Yep.
Yeah. I don't need to outrun a bear. I just need to outrun you.
Jedediah Bartlett. Also, I think this is at least not a frequent super chatter. So thank you so much, Jedediah. Dave didn't take gun safety in the States where it's shoot first so you can figure out what it was. Yeah, that's not so much what we do here.
Those on our YouTube channel would pay off. We got a whole new audience.
That's right. Thank you, Jedediah.
No, I did not. Thank you very much, Jedediah. I did not take gun safety in the States. Anyways, what if the bear needs a lot?
I would run downhill and escape it. Well, it didn't work that way. When I fired the shot over its head, it was almost completely vertical. So I saw a hand go out from its left side. It rolled slightly onto its right side as that hand came out. It rolled over to its left side a little bit, put another hand out to its other side, and it stood up vertically, just like a man would do from a laying down position, kind of like a push-up almost. Stood straight up, turned around, it had its back toward me, turned around, looked me straight in the eye, then turned back around after the shot went off, and walked down the trail away from me, like I wasn't even there.
Exactly did you see when it turned around?
I hope that we're about to hear about Bigfoot genitals, because
tell me what exactly you saw.
What exactly did you see
in the lower torso region?
I'm just doing a quick reset because of the clickies.
Were you able to accurately estimate girth and length? This is very important. Please tell me.
This is for science, remember. This is for science. Be honest.
For science.
Also, just be clear to everyone, these are 2 separate, at least by my ear, this is 2 separate calls. So there was yeah.
There's no question. So we've moved on to another caller. Yeah. There might even, I can't remember. Yeah, no, but that is the trouble with this. It kind of jumps from call to call really fast without the in between because somebody is just spliced.
Yeah, so this is the reason we have any of these shows at all is because somebody at the time decided to literally press record on a cassette.
Yeah.
While these things were broadcasting. So.
Yeah, this is 97, I think the show was from.
97.
Yeah.
Around after the shot went off and walked down the trail away from me, like I wasn't even there.
Exactly did you see when it turned around?
This creature, when it rolled onto its left side and put its arm out, now I was seeing the right side of the back of its head. I could have swore that I heard like a servo type whine. You know what that sounds like? Like sound that a servo makes that's actuating an electric device.
We might have had a Bionic Man situation going on here.
I was gonna say, because Bionic Man did fight the Sasquatch at least once,
and then eventually befriended,
and then teamed up. That's right.
Yeah.
When it jumped, did it go?
I could have swore that I saw or heard that sound, and that I saw a silver cone come out of the side of that thing's head. But now, there's the problem. I can't remember if that was actually on the hillside, or if that was one of the dreams that I had, because I had nightmares for 3 years over this thing.
No. No.
You know what, Paul?
What?
In a way, I respect an eyewitness who's like, but you know what? I also had dreams about this, and I get him confused. So I actually am not sure.
It's true. It's true. You want that in the data. That's right.
Yeah. Not what I do. I double down on everything I say. Unvarnished truth. Yeah.
Let me know in the chat what, I don't even know what that would mean. Why a silver cone came out of their head? Like, what even is that?
I mean, he did just hit some boulders and fall 150 feet down a mountain. It could have been.
Okay, so is he positing a mechanical Sasquatch?
He seems to be, yes.
Because it's, yeah. Because it was making servo noises like Tom Servo.
At the very least, sort of some kind of bioorganic techno cyborg.
It's a cyborg. That's right. It's Paul, you idiot. It's not a robot Sasquatch. It's a cyborg Sasquatch.
A cyborg.
It's half flesh. Come on.
Anyway, to finish the story, it got up, walked away.
Wait, what did you see when it turned around?
Oh, when it turned around. Okay, I'll give you a full description.
I like big butts.
Description of the creature. From the backside, the hair on the back of its head grew into a tapered cape down to about the middle of its back.
A tapered cape, did he say?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So this is a super Sasquatch of some sort.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
That hair looked to be about 24 inches long. It, of course, grew from different areas down its neck, but it was 24 inches long as it grew down.
What color?
Completely dark, shiny black. It looked synthetic to me when I first saw it. Over the rest of its body, the hair was about 3 inches long. Its face.
It sounds like this should be on some kind of like one of those hair commercial ads where he's got the Sasquatch and he's
it's kind of.
I got the 24-inch dark black.
That's a good point, Quasimodo. Sasquatch. That's why you can't find it with satellites. It's wearing a tinfoil hat. Mm-hmm. That's the reason we can't track
is this a member chat? I'm confused at what's happening here. All right, so we have Nathan Winrich. It's related to the stand your ground laws. No bear is going to infringe on my rights and freedoms.
That's right.
This isn't anything. I was like, that's this was not.
It's a chat.
It's just a chat. Oh, I thought it looked marked as a super chat, but it's just a thing. All right, very good.
But you know what, Nathan? We're glad you're here.
Nathan, you're glad you're here. I just got. It's been that kind of night.
Yeah, he just loves y'all so much.
Mm-hmm.
Was completely hair covered except for the area right around its eyes and the area on the bridge bridge of its nose had a little bit of skin showing. That skin was kind of a ruddy brown pine cone color. And it had very deep wrinkles under its eyes and across the bridge of its nose, quite a bit like some of the orangutans or the apes, the bigger apes.
What about the eyes?
Its eyes were very deep set, just like coal black marbles in its head. Very deep, dark, and sinister looking, I guess you'd say. Walked out of sight, and I was standing there thinking, well...
I think, Dave, just, in my amateur opinion,
Yeah.
this sounds more like this is a demon. Clearly, it's a demon.
Clearly.
The Sasquatches don't have dark, fully black olive eyes. Come on.
But this actually now raises an interesting theological question, Paul. Or are demons, mistakenly, Sasquatches that have been around the whole time and people have been, it's all built on a lie. There are no demons. It's all Sasquatches the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I thought maybe we were going the other way in that we were going to ask, can a demon infest the Sasquatch?
But I'm saying that the demon was the Sasquatch.
I know you just jumped right to you Occam's razor the shit out of that. You just went straight to the simplest answer is Sasquatches are demons, and that has the best explanatory power.
Yeah, and definitely explains the various servo motors and electronics. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Which anyone who has played Doom knows demons are basically half robot. In a documentary, it's very true. Yeah,
I'm no better off now, even though it's gone, because the only way I know off of this mountain is the way it went, which means I'm going to have to go that way also. I walked down the trail in the direction that it had left, and now it was about 5 minutes after I had seen this thing. As I got farther down the trail, I was breathing a sigh of relief because I figured, well, it's gone. There's no sign of it here anywhere. I just turned around and looked, and I saw it break over the crest of the hill and run toward me. Man, came down at about a 45-degree angle on the hillside toward me and ran as fast as it could through those bushes. I saw trees pushed aside. I saw trees float in the air. I saw rocks fly in my direction. Moss, sticks, twigs, everything seemed to be...
Uh-oh. Lost your mic there, Dave.
How about now? There we go.
Now we're good.
I say that may have been a Tasmanian devil.
Oh, I see. All right, fair enough. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he might have gotten confused, which do look familiar to a Bigfoot. Yeah. So,
I believe
flying in the air is a dead giveaway.
So Timothy Harmon, grammar Nazi, wrote in, "Can Occam's razor be a verb?"
Yes.
Yes. I mean, technically, if you wanted to be more correct about it, like if you were in a formal essay, I believe that the verb form is Occam's shave.
Is that what it is?
I believe.
How about to your
sure. Yeah. I mean, again, you don't hear it that often, but up here in the academy, up in the ivory towers, that's what they say.
Yeah, if you're using the, I remember now. Anyways, yes.
Anyway, thank you, Timothy Harmon. Appreciate you. We got a trivia time there, Dave.
Oh my goodness, let's do a trivia question then, Paul.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Are we having more fun tonight?
Dang it. What happened here?
Uh-oh.
Does it happen if I pause too long? Is that what happens? Question and question. Oh, but it's not doing the right thing.
We're very good at this.
We're very good at this.
Yeah. The important thing to remember is this is all free.
This is all
can
free.
all-
Okay,
Sounds
so
like
I
this.
think Dave, we got to do what we did that one last time. We're going to start it again.
We're gonna start
Everyone's
it
going to
again.
get the first. Everyone's going to get the first 2 questions.
Well, there we go. This is now Kip
theoretically
can
for
catch
free.
up.
Oh, but it's not even
And-
showing up in the.
Uh-oh. This is a disaster from top to bottom.
It's not even showing up in the thing.
Womp womp.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to figure this out
Okay.
while we keep listening to
More Bigfootishness.
more Bigfoots.
I want to plow through the Bigfoot and get to the good stuff.
Hmm. Oh yes. So Dave, it's now showing me a thing.
Uh-huh.
So we have to. So now I'm actually seeing what's telling me. There's now a limit on it that the whole game can only take half an hour.
Oh shit. Well, that's problematic.
So we have to do this. So once I get this back up and running,
We'll just have to plow through trivia.
we'll have to just do all the questions all at once.
Okay. Well, we might have to well,
And
we'll have
in
to-
the future we'll modify how we do.
Boo hiss.
So that's
Okay.
what's so yeah, they've now tagged a limit on the total time. That's
On the
why
total time.
that's what's been happening. Okay.
Let's see. All right.
Floating in the air behind me as this thing came towards me. I ran with every inch of my life down that hillside. I slipped, slid down on a fairly flat sloped rock, went down underneath the vegetation and down into a clay type pit, small cave type thing in the ground. By the time I climbed back out through a small opening in the underbrush, I looked behind me and I could still see the trees moving along the hillside as this thing ran back and forth in a zigzag pattern looking for me.
He managed to get away, but he's gone back repeatedly to check the site and has found.
All right, Dave.
Okay. We're ready? We're just gonna do 8 trivia questions.
I guess so. Unless we just want to do we have to finish the whole game in an hour.
Is it an hour?
Yeah. So I can
Okay.
only pause it for half an hour at a time.
Okay.
So I have 58 minutes to finish the game. Now we could do a question, then wait a few minutes, or we could just plow through.
It's you know what? I'll let you decide what you think.
I think we should just plow through.
Let's just plow through.
Let's just do it.
Should we just wait then till we get to the transition from the Bigfoot to the Atlantis,
Okay.
which I don't think
Okay.
is much farther on from where
All
we
right.
are right
Let's
now.
let's do that.
Yeah.
Very, very good. All right. Back to this.
Huge footprints in the area and grass mats inside the mine tunnels, suggesting that whatever the Bigfoot was, it's still there somewhere.
Something to this. Linda, I've got to tell you, I did a really neat show Friday night, Saturday morning with Brad Steiger. The subject of Bigfoot came up. Brad Steiger actually had what he regarded as Bigfoot hair, actual samples, physical samples.
We got a super chat while we were.
We did, yes.
So
Heather.
Heather Rochi, Rochi,
Rocky?
off
Say
topic.
Rocky because that sounds cool.
I study playing card history. Heard you talk about Dutch Blitz and Mennonite beliefs about cards. Love to learn more sometime. Love your work.
Oh, I mean,
Well-
we could
well,
talk
I mean,
about this.
So you can also do it very abbreviated because in general, in old colony Mennonite communities, gambling was very much verboten. But you weren't allowed to gamble.
Yeah.
And so it became not just gambling, but anything, even the appearance of gambling.
Yes.
And so what became outlawed because it was just associated with gambling was playing cards that had suits. So your spades, your clubs, your hearts, your diamonds, anything that had those in any game that involved those was just didn't matter if you were playing crazy eights, didn't matter if you were playing rummy, didn't matter what the game was. Anything with the standard 52 card deck was just deemed not playable. And so
those tools of the devil.
Tools of the Devil. So in my Bible college, for example, the only card games you were allowed to play were cards that didn't have those. So there was a game called Rook,
Yep.
that had, instead of suits, it had colors. I think it green, orange, black, and
Red.
Yes.
It was yellow. Yeah, yellow, blue,
And-
yellow, red, and black. Yeah.
And so Rook was a game we were allowed to play at Bible college, and then the other one that was, that not so much from Bible college, but from the Mennonite days, which you will now see in just in regular stores, in bookstores and that kind of thing.
Rook and Dutch Blitz are available.
Yeah,
just
so
regular
Dutch
games.
Blitz,
Absolutely.
you'll see, the little Dutch artwork on it with the plows and the plow. There's plows. There's butter churns.
Yeah.
There's wheelbarrow, and
what is the last one? You got a deck there? I don't have a Dutch Blitz deck to hand.
like expansion packs and all the things.
Rook was great. Rook still is good.
This is Dutch Blitz,
That's Dutch Blitz. Yeah.
and
Very good game.
very good game, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This one
Doesn't it say
apparently
that
I have
right
not
on the
opened
box?
yet.
I think if I
So this
remember.
one's this is the wheelbarrow,
Isn't
and
it
this
the plow?
is what the front
That's the wheelbarrow.
front looks like. Yeah, there's yellow, green.
Yeah.
But what's the suit I missed? Oh, wagons.
Right.
Wagons. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Anyway, so yes, so we were allowed to play that game, and so when you're only allowed to play one game, when your choice is one game, the community gets very good at that one game.
Yeah, and they take it seriously.
And people get hurt usually.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's injuries. It's taken very seriously. Yes, Kip. I had it. I have next to nothing on that I could reach, but here I could just I could reach my Dutch
No
Blitz
clutter
cards.
anywhere, but I got my Dutch Blitz cards.
Yeah. So yes, so that's the story behind that. And the other thing that gets competitive is Crocono, because that's not card based at all.
No.
So if you want some good fun on a rainy day, you just you on the YouTubes and you type Crocono World Championships, which happened in one of the cities in Manitoba, because that's where it happens every year. Just one of the cities in Manitoba. Maybe it's a Winkler, maybe it's
Russell.
Brandon, Russell, sure, yeah, Brandon. It'll be one of the cities in towns, yeah. And
Crokinole spelled Crokinole. It's like Crokinole.
Crokinole.
Yeah. But everyone calls it Crokinole.
Yeah, that's right. And that's some. Although the best ones aren't always. So it's just 20 when it's just straight up 20s across the board. That's not as cool.
Mm-hmm.
What you need is a one guy who at least makes a mistake, because then it gets very creative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that said, that's Mennonite games for 100, Alex. And let's get to, we got our trivia games in the wait, so we gotta get here.
Yes.
So I may need to put you in touch with Brad Steiger.
There is
there.
We're 10 minutes into the file.
Because I think it's close to it's like 25 minutes or something in where it switches over.
Oh, well, okay.
We can keep going until we decide that we're tired of listening.
Well, I'm gonna keep an eye on the trivia game timer.
Yeah. Once we decide to play it, it won't. If we just blast through it, it won't take very long.
a man in a university who could help us analyze that. That would be very interesting to do, and then report on Dreamland.
All right. Well, you gave us a couple of real hair curlers there, and that sound, Linda. You know, there are a few things in your life that stay with you.
That's right.
And that sound is one of them. It curls my hair. It truly, truly curls my hair. All right. Linda, that was a wonderful report. I'm so glad I got it on tape. I'm going to do a Halloween show, and when I do, I may replay those stories. They're great. All right, Linda, thank you.
See you next week.
Good night.
Bye.
All right, that's Linda Howe, generally acknowledged to be the world's expert on crop circles, animal mutilations, now seriously investigating Bigfoot. I
did see it, Mark. Sorry, we got distracted talking about Mennonite card games. We do have a member chat.
Here we go, Mark.
Yes.
New Doctor Who in 4 hours. S43 best ever. Last
Season
5
42.
eps, superb.
They have been very, very good. I have been very pleasantly surprised by how good Doctor Who has been this season after
Okay.
a rough couple of years.
Well, that's good because last season hurt me so much that I haven't started this season yet.
You should start this season because it's
Okay.
been
All
good.
right.
Been
Good because I've been wanting to, been holding, but I was actually waiting to hear.
Make me laugh. Anyway, sorry.
I was trying to wait for someone to tell me that it was going to be okay. So now I'm hearing it's okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Did they
You know what, Paul?
continue the Mavity joke?
It's gonna be okay. You're just gonna have to watch it.
I just have to watch it. So I feel like Art was transitioning there, and I feel like I'm gonna no rules. We're just going straight to trivia here, Dave.
Absolutely. Right to trivia.
So,
All right.
So what we're doing today, we're just doing all 8 questions. So get your trivia hats on.
Got my
Get
trivia
ready.
hat on.
The first 2 questions, you if you were here before, don't give anyone the advantage you wasn't here. If you weren't here, you don't get to know.
Oh, it doesn't speak. Hey, the famous audio recording of Bigfoot screaming was recorded in Washington State in what year? Was it year 9372 in the Sasquatch calendar? Is it actually a recording of John Lithgow at an after party in 1987? Was it 1978 or was it 1971? You tell me, Paul.
Well, I remember that it had a number in it, a 4-digit number.
Yep.
And it started in 1. So
If anyone can tell me the joke in answer number 2, I'll be impressed.
actually recording of John Lithgow. Oh, because he played he was in Harry and the Hendersons?
Yes, which came out in 1987.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. But yes, it was number 4, 1970.
Number 4, 1971. So
Yes.
yep. But all right. Now we got much more people got this one. Number 2 will also be a bit of a gimme.
Should be. We'll
Should
see.
be.
Just pay attention. People who weren't there, follow the crowd.
That's right.
Yeah.
The hive mind. Hive mind knows.
Hive mind knows. Yep. If social media has taught me anything, none of us are as smart as all of us.
Where's the timer? Oh, this is so now that we're actually doing it. Now it's very slow. It's 25, 24. We got some. So I have a super chat here. A member chat from a Shannon Q.
Oh my.
It says, "Happy birthday, guy. It's May 24th in Nova Scotia."
Is it? Oh my goodness. That's incredible.
So which newspaper article coined the name Bigfoot in 1958, Dave?
Yeah. What newspaper? Was it the San Francisco Chronicle, the National Enquirer, the Mount St. Helens Journal, or the Humboldt Times? Now Shannon can do it over.
Do over. That's right.
Do over.
I'm just pleased that I've now figured out what the technical problem was that we were having in previous times.
Yeah. Well, at least and we can address it after.
That's right.
But that's disappointing.
It is disappointing. And I did get what I wanted for my birthday, so that already happened.
Was it sausage?
No, I did. So that was a surprise. That was a surprise. No,
you are killing it, Shannon. You're very smart. Whoop. Brains and beauty? That's not fair.
All right.
Now we got our timer.
Now we gotta see if I can get
really
this
sad
toast.
That this doesn't make a little wah noise.
Maybe it's your microphone.
Yeah, I don't think it's my microphone. I think it's my dollar.
What's on your hat there? Oh, look at you got candles. What? You got
what hat? This old thing? I don't know. I just found this somewhere. It's comfortable, fits me well. It's hard for me to find good fitting hats, so I thought I'd pick it up.
Yeah. It's in the family of fishing hats.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. New question.
Which of these is not another name for Sasquatch? Is it the skunk ape, the skookum, the ogopogo, or the beaky nitsaw?
I think I know.
You should know. And I'm just gonna take this.
But it's a trick question because, in college, everyone called me skunk ape.
Well, you do have very big feet. Just really old scotch here that was aged in Oloroso sherry casks.
Oh, is that what's up? Is that what's up next?
Just in case there's anything noteworthy.
Scotch. I'm guessing it was Ogopogo, but I don't know.
It was Ogopogo. You know who Ogopogo is. Kip better have gotten that one right.
He's the fish. He's the Canadian Loch Ness monster.
Canadian Nessie. Yep.
All right.
My life will forget that scream. Anybody who's ever heard it. I don't know about you.
I know. I'm just playing art over the trivia pauses. Because you were pouring a drink.
I'm pouring a drink.
Linda, I don't think I'd have taken a 30-30 shot at Bigfoot. That was a classic story. And that scream. I tell you, I deal in this kind of material, all the time, and that scream sets me on edge. There's something about the frequency and the shrillness of it that is so anti-human. Anyway.
What?
How much time do we have left on that timer?
None.
Oh, no time. Hey, Paul.
Yes,
the most famous footage of Bigfoot was shot in 1967 by these two men. It shows Bigfoot walking away from the camera across the stream. Everybody's seen it. Was it Wayne and Schuster? Was it Patterson and Gimlin? Was it Hogan and Piper? Or was it Burton and Chee? Anyone can tell me what all of those answers are references to. Will I come for myself. Yeah.
I don't think I can tell you what all of the in jokes are.
Mm-hmm.
At least one of them is a comedy troupe.
Yep.
I think the answer here is Patterson and Gimlin.
That is correct.
But Hogan and Piper, is that like
Hogan, Roddy thing? Piper? That's
that is a wrestling thing.
Yeah.
What's a Burton and Chee?
Jack Burton and Wang Chee.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to think. I was trying to think of Big Trouble with Burton.
It is Jack Burton. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Wang Chee, who's the actual star of the show. Hey, you have to fill yourself a glass of tequila or whatever you got.
Okay, I got more. Oh, we're doing some kind of toast.
We're doing some kind of toast.
Well, while I'm pouring, we're gonna listen to art.
Okay. Frank Joseph coming up. He also has been a featured writer and book reviewer for several national publications, including Fate, Aviation Heritage, Pilot Careers. Today, he is editor-in-chief of the Ancient American, a 4-color, bi-monthly magazine of alternative archaeology.
Bimon 4-color con. I'm on for Bimon 4-co.
Black and white jobs.
Right. Oh, we got a question, Dave.
Oh, hey, Paul. Yes. Released 10 years before 1971, this movie featured a very sleepy Hercules saving the world from Atlantean super warriors. Was it Hercules in the Haunted World, Hercules and the Tyrants of Babylon, Hercules and the Captive Women, or Hercules Against the Moon? I should point out these are all very real movies that came out in the 60s.
That's not fair. They're all real movies. So what are we going to do? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Take your stab.
Super Warriors. So I'm going to say Moon Men. maybe.
Hmm.
No, this is my first one wrong.
It is Hercules and the Captive Women.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. And Hercules does just frequently fall asleep in the movie for no reason
Nice.
whatsoever.
Well,
yeah.
you know, it's the 60s.
He just, and not like Sonabulous, like not sleep. He just is like, oh boy, I'm tired. Well, I'm just gonna lay down and like have a sleep. It's like, what about that dragon? Ah, he's fine. Oh, okay.
All right. Well, good job, everybody.
All right.
Okay, so we're
We're gonna have a little toast.
toast.
Here's to a successful year. Here's to many more. That's it. That's all I'll bring up about it. But some reason, somebody in this room makes my life better year by year, and I could not be more delighted to have him as a friend. Here's to Kip.
Here's the gift. Well, maybe you're talking about Bella, but okay.
Yeah. No, it's definitely not Bella.
No, with your allergies and all.
Not with my allergies and all. Yeah. Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
Which location has very reputable modern researchers suggested could be the site of Atlantis? Is it the Western Sahara Desert in Mauritania? Is it the Caribbean Sea? Is it the Black Sea? Or is it all of the above? Anybody who's ever played trivia here knows. Anytime I include a certain answer, it's always that answer. Atlantis, famously in the Sahara Desert.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Although is not the premise of the guy we're going to look up here is that that Atlantis may have been like in America or something.
Yeah, or had a colony in like Wyoming or something like that. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah,
all the above. People
caught
on to the pattern. And thank you for the super chat, Timothy. Toast. Cheers.
Toast.
Thank you. Thank you to all for hanging out with me.
This old man.
This old man.
Doobie-doobie-doo.
And his dog.
And the dog. What is Bella doing? We got Bella Cam going?
Well, we can't Bella Cam while we're on the trivia cam, so
that's fair.
But like 16 hours of her day, she's having a nap.
Yeah.
So
and we appreciate it. We appreciate all the things you do. It's a fellow Edmonton hater.
Boom.
In the Disney film Atlantis, The Lost Empire, what is the profession of protagonist Milo Thatch? Is he a pilot, a mechanic, a linguist, or a historian?
So we're getting a Star Wars story because why not?
Why not?
So it's related in my head. So when we were working on Star Wars Episode 2 and we we're starting to do all the 3 and all the planets that were going into the Clone Wars, what came out right at that time was Treasure Planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And our producer, oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure this is a historian, right?
No.
It's not? Is he a mechanic?
No. He's a linguist. Because he can read Atlantis.
Something bookish.
Yeah.
Something bookish. I was wrong with
bookish.
The Treasure Planet came out, and our producer, Rick McCallum, was incredibly stressed out that this was going to be, the Treasure Planet was going to be a huge hit, and that none of our planets could look anything like any planets that were in Treasure Planet.
Turns out you don't have to worry about it.
It turns out, yeah, no one went to see it. And no one, there's no iconic, hey, that looks like Treasure Planet. Nope, no one knows. But it did cause a lot of stress on work.
He was Timothy, incredibly cunning. Yeah. Yeah, and everyone, the movie that just about killed Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have on to the last one.
I think is we only got one question left.
All right, last
We're gonna
one.
see. All right. Hey, Paul, what ancient artifact has long been believed to indicate the location of Atlantis? Is it the Osiris Shaft in Egypt, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Bimini Road, or the Antikythera mechanism? Which of these ancient artifacts has information leading to the location of Atlantis?
Well, I know which one would be most funny. I know which one would make someone in our chat super angry.
Yeah. Don't guess that one. It's your birthday. I'll give you a tip.
I'm assuming it's the mechanism.
It is the Bimini Road.
Oh, the Bimini Road. I've not heard of it. So
it is in the
apparently
Caribbean, underwater, under the ocean. There is a stretch of limestone blocks that is like 350 meters long. Like it's just a straight thing, and it's just under the ocean. And the general consensus is this is actually a natural phenomenon. But a lot of people are like, no, this is a road. It leads to Atlantis.
So, if we're going to be pedantic here, Dave, if Bimini Road is a natural phenomenon, can it also be an artifact?
Well, see, now the natural phenomenon part is actually quite recent. For a long time, it was thought that it was a real road. So there was a lot of people who thought it led to Atlantis, but the more serious researchers were like, this is something flooded, something was here.
Because what I've learned from trivia nights is that trivia answer people,
yes,
they can get pretty pedantic.
Yeah.
Pedantism runs rampant.
Let me tell you what it's not. It's not the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So one of the answers in the trivia night that Shannon and I were in. Yeah. Oh, first Scuzzbopper, and we have a multi-way tie here.
Oh my goodness.
Scuzzbopper, the Brain Cramp, and YT are you top three?
Like all three of those are three previous champions.
Has YT been a champion?
I don't actually remember.
Well, if Scuzzbopper wishes to pass down, that's entirely Scuzzbopper's choice.
Yeah, I mean, you can have two. You got one for each hand.
Scuzzbopper is free to claim a second, and if not, the Brain Cramp has second choice. If not, if both.
I think Scuzzbopper is excited to get it sounds like Scuzzbopper is excited to get a tumbler.
All right, well, Scuzzbopper can absolutely can two fist the toast to toast, as they say.
As you say. Is that what they say? They say two fist? Yeah.
That's what the kids say. They skibbity and they and the two fist.
That's what the kids say, huh?
All right. Fair enough. Well, we're gonna have to figure out what to do with trivia because that's a little bit too much trivia all at once.
Yeah, we'll have to revisit this.
We'll have to revisit how all that works. But in the end, it was a good time. It was had by all.
Good times.
And we all learned something.
Yeah, don't worry, Kip. I'll just tell you the answers next time. Like ahead of time. I'll cheat for you.
Okay, so are we ready to dive into Atlantis?
Don't tell anybody. Don't let anyone know we're planning this. All right. It's going to be a secret. Just you and me. Onwards and upwards, Paul.
Onwards and upwards. The evening is afoot.
He is a member of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago, as well as the Ancient Earthworks Society of the University of Wisconsin. Following clues to lost civilizations, he co-authored Destruction of Atlantis, Sacred Sites, The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, and Atlantis in Wisconsin. Both with, I believe it's Gulf Press in Minnesota. A veteran scuba diver, Frank Joseph, is a frequent guest lecturer throughout the Midwest. We've got him here tonight. And I've got his book. Let me read you. Gunnar Thompson, a PhD at the University of Hawaii, wrote of the book. Frank Joseph makes a strong case for the existence of an ancient memorial center now submerged beneath Rock Lake, Wisconsin. His fascinating investigation into the long history of the mysterious rock pyramids beneath the waves, the predictable bungling by so-called academic experts, and recent discoveries by scuba divers make for an exciting voyage into America's pre-Columbian heritage. So with that in mind, away we go. Frank Joseph, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be on.
Where are you, Frank?
Well, I'm speaking to you from St. Paul, Minnesota.
Excellent. This is one that I'm not very familiar with. Atlantis, I always thought, somehow in the back of my mind, maybe this is just ridiculous, but I'd always thought it was somewhere between America and Africa and sank into the Atlantic Ocean. Is that the traditional story regarding Atlantis?
It's a traditional story, and it is the correct one. The idea behind the title for my book, Atlantis in Wisconsin, is to show that not the city of Atlantis was located there, but that the Atlanteans came to American shores and specifically used a spot in Wisconsin, which I'll talk about later, as a very important part of the copper trade or the Bronze Age. The actual city of Atlantis itself, all indications show that it was a very great and splendid and powerful city located about 200 miles due west of the Straits of Gibraltar. It was not a continent, it was a large island which over time sank, and in its final destruction was a very violent volcanic eruption which destroyed the island totally and sank the island. That is what I believe Atlantis really was.
Okay, before we leave the original Atlantis, I really would...
So, just with this introduction, you can see why I was like, okay, no, we have to play this episode.
Yes. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of moving parts.
Like, oh no, everybody knows Atlantis was in the Atlantic Ocean. I'm talking about their extensive copper mines in Wisconsin. Oh, well, it's as one would. That's yeah. I mean,
I'm excited to see how this ties into the Bible.
I'd like to know something about it. I always thought Atlantis was mythology. What evidence is there to indicate it?
Art.
You can't just poo-poo half your audience here.
Yeah, I will say that's the most like straight up like, okay, but Atlantis isn't real, right? Like
I always just thought that was that's right.
Like, I mean,
between us, it's bullshit, right?
Yeah, fun's fun, but
Atlantis even ever really was?
Well, that is a very excellent question. It is like trying to prove a murder case without the body. You've got a lot of circumstantial evidence, but the body is missing.
So, in other words, if Atlantis were in front of Judge Ito, it would walk.
Well, I guess you could say that. That's a
90s reference.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
very excellent analogy. I hope to steal that from you and use that in the future.
You have my permission.
Yeah. I think Atlantis will be around and remembered long after all that nonsense. As far as the evidence is concerned, trying to explain...
Yeah, that's true, because we're talking about Atlantis now, and very few people in the chat know who Judge Ito is. So
yeah.
Or prove that even on a wonderful radio show like this.
Unless you're a million years old like me, and then I do, because, I forget important things and remember unimportant things. That's the way life goes.
Like trying to build a battleship between sunrise and sunset, but there are some things that I think I can provide.
Sunrise, sunset, sunrise.
One of the things that I think is particularly interesting is that the date associated for the destruction of Atlantis, the true and proper date, after the Greek figures have been scaled down correctly, is about 1200 BC.
Did you beat the first Mass Effect, Vishanti? Like the original good old Mass Effect 1?
Happy birthday, Dave.
Oh no, it's not my birthday. My birthday
Yeah,
is month.
it is clearly, but
Clearly, why else
clearly
would I be
looking at the
wearing
screen,
this
which
ridiculous hat?
person is having a birthday is clearly obvious on the screen.
Yeah, everybody knows when it's my birthday.
1200 BC is a very pivotal time in ancient history because up until that time there was something known as the Bronze Age. It was filled with great civilizations in Turkey like the Hittite civilization, the Mycenaean Greeks, Homer's Greeks were strong, Troy was a major...
Once upon a time there was something known as the Bronze Age. Those crazy times, those kids. Yeah.
City. Egypt was at its height under Ramses III, and after 1200 BC, all those civilizations were shattered, and Egypt had gone in decline. What is interesting about that time also is that we know that there was a major volcanic eruption at that time.
I'm kind of sad he didn't put a stake in the ground for when the Israelites left Egypt. That could have been a fun debate we could have had right here.
Well, maybe it'll come up yet.
Maybe.
It appears that this coincides directly with what Plato told us about that the Atlantis was destroyed in 1198 BC. That is the final destruction for the island and city of Atlantis. And I think that from that point on, we can move to some wonderful particulars.
There is a most unusual amount of volcanism going on right now, Frank. And I think you're going to make the case for lost civilizations, ones that may have disappeared because of volcanism. And I don't want to scare anybody, but we've got volcanoes going off all the way around the Ring of Fire right now. It's almost all the way around the Ring of Fire. Frank, are we going through some sort of repeat cycle? If so, are we at a worrisome moment in it?
I would definitely say we are, and this...
In a, let me just tell you, Archie,
without knowing any of the details of what's happening.
Listening to your show some 28 years after you've recorded this, no, you're fine. And in fact, there's the joke going around is, in the Matrix, they actually say something along the lines of like 1997 was the pinnacle of your society.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, that was a ha-ha joke for a long time, but now I'm seeing a lot more posts like, I think they were right. I think 1997 was about as good as it got. So yeah.
Tell me, Professor, would you say it's time to crack open our neighbor's skulls and feast on the goo inside? Yes, Art. Yes, I would.
With what we're talking about in Atlantis, because we are told through all of the traditions, which I've been collecting now since 1980, and the readings of Edgar Cayce, which have proved to be incredibly correct, show that the Atlanteans reached a high level of civilization and technology, but that they abused that technology. They interfered with the forces of nature, upset those forces, and precipitated their own destruction. I see the great parallel taking place. The Atlanteans were not just located on an island. They were a worldwide civilization, the first worldwide civilization, and now that is pretty much what we are becoming.
They were the first worldwide civilization?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
It means they were original Pitbull. Mr. Worldwide. Mr. 305.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I don't know what that means. Yeah. Presumably they had, colonies or...
Yeah, like, so there was an Atlantean town in China.
Yeah.
And in India.
They traveled everywhere.
And
Mr.
in Turkey.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in Central America. And in Buffalo, New York.
Wisconsin. No, it's Wisconsin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No, not even Atlanteans went to fucking Buffalo.
No one likes Buffalo.
No one likes Buffalo. Yeah.
Their worldwide presence.
Have you been to Baltimore?
No, I have. The only eastern coast city in the U.S. I've ever been to is Boston.
Oh, okay.
I've never been to like New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore.
So you're no help in my which is the worst city in North America, Baltimore or Buffalo?
No.
No. Let me know in the chat.
And you didn't
There
even,
was
you
a
don't even
world-
have Detroit in that list?
What's that?
You don't have Detroit in that list?
No,
All right.
Buffalo and Baltimore are just
just the worst. All of you
Quite
people should be
catastrophe.
ashamed of yourselves.
that's right. You could all do better.
Uh,
There was almost a total
Baltimore's the reason is because what they do, anything that's terrible that happens in Washington D.C., they just sweep it. They just
Yeah.
sweep it over until it crosses the line into Baltimore, and then
It's like,
it's just like, yeah, here you go.
there you go.
It's
Baltimore.
they put
It's
all
like,
their problems there.
San Francisco and what can I
And
think of?
in Oakland, yeah.
Yeah, in Oakland, right? Where it's
Yeah.
like, nah, we'll just push that. in
We're
Oakland.
keeping this part nice. It's shiny and great over
On the
here
other
across
side.
the street. That's where
on the other side of the
yeah,
bay.
that's where the problems go.
Yeah. Kip likes Baltimore. What's wrong with Baltimore?
No, I mean maybe he does.
Yeah.
But he has bad taste in other fronts too. So,
He literally
Olivia
spent
Williams
his entire
writes,
life reading stuff a bunch of dead guys wrote like 3,000 years ago.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if they didn't make a TikTok, why even talk about him?
What's even the point?
Yeah, what's even the point? Olivia Williams wants to know, or wants to say, this doesn't make sense. They would have survived.
If they were worldwide, yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah, right. Like even if their island sank, if they had a colony in Nigeria, you think that would have been okay?
Like if the United States of America sunk into the ocean tomorrow,
right?
The whole North American continent, all of it's gone.
Yep.
There's enough records, like you think somebody like Egypt, as he mentioned, was very much a thriving, going concern, record-keeping thing. You'd think they would have mentioned, oh, by the way, there's also this worldwide superpower apparently with prodigious copper mines in Wisconsin over there. Anyways, don't worry about them. They're gone.
With them. Yeah, like, so, I mean, but that is a different picture. So most of us think of Atlantis sort of like Wakanda, right? Wakanda.
Yeah.
They,
you know the difference between Atlantis and Wakanda? Wakanda's forever. Atlantis?
That's right.
Yeah.
Temporary. Obviously temporary.
Obviously. Yeah.
Total erasure, but it has seared its way into the folk consciousness of dozens of people around the world who are by no means connected with each other, who tell the same story of a great flood from which their ancestors arrived to recreate civilization on foreign shores after most of the original people were destroyed in a horrible cataclysm of fire and water.
In the flood narrative with Atlantis.
Well, I mean, both of those things are historically accurate, so why? Obviously, you'd want to tie into each other.
Mm-hmm. But that's why. So there are records of Atlantis. All of these civilizations around the world do mention Atlantis because they all talk about some kind of flood myth, right? So, well, that's clearly all references to Atlanta.
I mean, actually, that is that's actually a good point, Dave. Dave, you accidentally made a good point that I'm going to need to write down.
Accidentally?
Because
I'm a genius.
Well, this is what I mean. Like you don't just 80% of what you say is genius, so you can't be filtering that all the time.
I'm a genius. Yeah.
But there's no off position on the genius switch, as they say. When next time I'm talking to someone about the fact that all the myths about the floods prove that one of them has to be true.
Yeah.
I can then say, well, does that mean that there's out of all the Atlantis, one of them must be true? Is that how that means?
It means that that there is an myth, if you will.
Myth.
They all reference a real thing. None of them are an exactly accurate depiction of what happened, but if you piece them all together, find the common threads, you can pick out the truth.
Tell me more about this So does myth, is that
Uh-huh.
refer back to like the Gilgamesh stuff?
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
But is that where that like so like so you're using as in proto?
Yeah, like an language or I've heard
So
it more referred to like anything where it's like there's a
so
deeper yeah.
is where Abraham was
Yes.
lived.
Yeah.
Is that where it's from, or does it go back further?
Do you know, I actually don't know
Because
the
in
origin.
Dr. Kip Davis's book
Mhm.
mentions this, and I actually meant to follow up with him on on like how does as that word, does that go back further?
It could be that's I actually don't I don't
All
know.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
That would make sense.
What's that?
I've heard of it. The where I heard of it first off was the concept in linguistics and etymology, where the people talk about the language, which is kind of like, so that's the original language. Like the time was like, this is the first human language, and the idea is if you go far enough back and like figure it out, it's like you can in some way figure out some things about like what the language was, just by, it's like if you trace every kind of like DNA or whatever, like if you go back far enough, you can find like this is the single source of all of these things.
But so
Yeah.
Kip, this was exactly my question. I know it's a German term that means that, but then it got me thinking, does it
Mennonites are
mean
mostly Russian, and as someone who is German,
well,
don't
actually, and
mix it up.
Scandinavian / Russian. We just
Mhm.
ran around, but we have our Low German. But no, but I knew that, but I did know that, and that's why that was my question was, did the Germans get it from
The town that Abraham's from? Yeah, I don't
and
know the
and
origin of the
if I
term.
remember right, no, I'm not super good at my Homer's Odyssey,
Uh-huh.
but I think that there's a town called in that as well.
I don't remember one, but I'm not saying there
Okay,
isn't.
fair
It's
enough.
been many years since I read the Odyssey.
All right.
Could be.
Well enough. I was just got etymology sidetracked.
Yeah, but I'm actually genuinely interested in this now, and I want to find out. I'm not gonna.
Well, no, we got to hear about Atlantis.
Get off my camera and go research it right now.
This is the great lesson of Atlantis. Now that it is just.
Well, now you can look it up while I click refresh. You know what we should do for a future show, Dave, is we could set it up with our current system that you have a web browser window that you share with me as well that we could actually put up on screen.
Oh, that seems, I have to be very careful about not getting any of my bookmarks or search history, but I think that would be fine.
Right, because it would be that would be reveal your secret projects.
My secret, yes, that's
and
what
many of your pending patents.
I'm patent pending.
So
also,
the original people were
don't look at those.
Destroyed in a horrible cataclysm of fire and water. And I think this is the great lesson of Atlantis. Not that it is just interesting historically,
right?
But that it is parallel for our time.
Oh no, you're exactly right. Now you mentioned Edgar Cayce. Do you know the name Gordon Michael Scallion?
I certainly do.
To me, he is the modern day Edgar Cayce, and if there is a real McCoy, Gordon Michael is the living entity.
Well, I don't see how people can really disagree fundamentally with him, because the things that he's already said have come true.
I know.
And he's different than Cayce in that he's not transmedium to the extent that Cayce was. Scallon is also a highly educated man. He's able to watch the patterns, whereas Edgar Cayce was actually a very unsophisticated man, came from the hills of Kentucky originally, and was a very...
That's what I thought. I thought was from Gilgamesh. And that was maybe that the people who wrote the Hebrew Bible, when they were doing their Abraham myth, that they were reclaiming for their
also
origin.
As the guest pointed out, he's not everyone from Kentucky is dumb and not correct. Did you see this? He's throwing shade at some research. He's like, whatever his thing, like, blah blah blah. He's from Kentucky.
Which is synonymous with
just
dumb don't pay attention to this guy.
Tell us what you really think, man. Chill out.
Pure-hearted and very decent man, and the things that he spoke were true channeling, I feel. One of the few true channels that have ever existed.
All right, hold tight for just a second, Frank, and we'll be right back to you. I want to read this to my Dreamland audience because I owe it to you. Gordon Michael Scallion was on my program. I've invited him back, and I spoke with his office last week, and I got a fax from Gordon Michael Scallion, and I find it very chilling. Dear Art, as you might imagine, with all that's going on in the ring.
All right, so now here's my answer. This is the question that I was too tipsy to ask. I finally got my answer here.
Yeah.
And Uruk are not the same place. Very good. Now I can cross one conspiracy theory off my list.
You can. There you go. If you believe Kip.
Well, he usually starts most of the conspiracy theories. So
cite your sources, Kip.
An asterisk, my own book.
My own book. Yeah, no, fair enough.
I've been swamped. I did want to get back to you, and thank you for the offer to be on Coast to Coast. At the present time, my guidance tells me I realize how difficult it is with so much going on and so many people wanting to know what's next. However, following my guidance is what allows me to receive prophetic information, and I must trust my inner source. I have no new information to share at this time, and my prophecies for 1995 continue to stand as presented in the January issue of ECR and your program. Should I receive any updates that could save lives, I will notify all media sources who can reach those in areas that may be affected, which of course would include your program.
Yes. Paul, being called out. Kip's letting everyone know that you have a copy of his book. The answer's in your hands if you bothered to read it. You would know this if you had bothered to read Kip's book.
No, the answer is not in the book. That was the problem, is I read the book and then I started thinking, well, are these the same city?
Right.
Now, granted, I'm not a very careful reader.
No.
So
careless, I would say.
Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
No, I'm usually a good reader.
Blessings, Gordon Michael Scallion. In a moment, 95 in the 702 area code.
See, whoever edited this, that's too jumpy. What was that?
Yeah,
I don't like it.
No, it's no good. It's
we often try to go from the official source, which is better.
To be fair, this might have been edited by somebody literally cutting tape. So
it may have been, absolutely. And or like actually remember the days when maybe you don't. I remember the days when literally I would be recording with my cassette and hitting pause like during the commercials.
Are you suggesting I don't remember recording radio like that somehow?
Well, I was gonna try and give you an out that perhaps you were the old man ends doesn't know what he's talking about, and so.
I mean, you know.
I know you did.
How old? You know what year I was born?
Yes, but so it may well be so.
Tracks. Let's just say that.
But to be credit this guy, whoever did this, they may well have like literally been like hitting pause when the commercial started, and then you're quickly trying to hit unpause,
or doing the old. See, but the thing is, you have the 2-deck machine, which in the 90s very very prevalent. So you could record the whole thing unedited on a cassette, but then you could pause and play because that would give you a little bit of control. You could rewind and go and
So
to dub from one to the other.
When I got my first high-paying job,
right? Yeah.
My big splurge was a boombox, a ghetto blaster, Sony,
Uh-huh.
and it had, not only could it record, it had 2 tape decks, so you could record cross
Yeah.
without patch cords, no patch cords at all. Just
Did it have the high-speed dubbing?
it had high speed dubbing as well,
Oh,
but
my
it
goodness.
also, Dave, had a built-in radio and record from the radio pure
Yeah.
without any patch cords too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That was the amount I paid for that back then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's staggering.
Yeah.
But plane ticket levels of money. But yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Nate, I actually acquired Gary's new volume 3, not a physical copy, because apparently Canada can't get physical copies of books right now. But I got the ebook, and let me assure you, the answer to the Uruk question is not in this book.
It's not in this book.
Look for my video this week where I am reviewing Gary's volume 3 of On the Resurrection.
This is a very good hat.
That's a very phallic hat.
Yep.
Now again, here I am. I meant to mention in my
Here
new
I
book,
am.
The Art of Talk, there are a couple of the very best of Linda
It's gonna.
No, I understand that there are cables inside, but I didn't have to physically have patch cables. And the other thing was, of course, we weren't using like really good stuff would have RCA. RCA, whatever, the red and white. But
Yeah, it's RCA. Yeah.
But a lot of times your tape deck wouldn't even have that. You'd have to use the 2.5 inch, like just a headset jack to another, which is just like losing sound like crazy.
Yes.
Losing quality. Anyway, I understood there was cables inside, but I didn't have to be constantly, monkeying with them.
Quick question.
Yes.
Who the fuck is Gary Habermas?
You don't. Okay. I feel like you're making a joke.
No.
Gary Habermas is so there's a professor of the New Testament who recently.
I'm pretty sure I have talked about him before, but
who's saying over and over again. So Gary is he's basically angry Santa about the resurrection.
Got it. Okay.
I feel like this is going to be clipped, and now this isn't going to be good for me.
Nobody watches this show, Paul.
Yeah, no one clipped that. So anyway, so one of his colleagues says about him, the only person who knows more about the resurrection is Jesus.
Well, I mean, he would. He was there. Yeah.
So he's a champion of the minimal facts approach to proving the resurrection, and he is now 3 volumes in out of the 4 volumes of his magnum opus. He worked on it 14 years. It is 4,000 pages long.
Right.
And it is a resurrection shit.
Yeah. I had another question for you.
Yes.
Is Senator Mon Mothma from Andor related to Mon Mothma from Return of the Jedi? Is your mom or sister? How does this work? And why does she hate Bothan so much?
Yeah. So it does actually drive me a little bit crazy. This so you know what the shibboleth test is, right?
No, I don't actually know what that is.
Oh. So shibboleth test in the Old Testament was a word in Hebrew, and I forget what it means, but different tribes pronounced it differently.
Okay. Right.
And so literally when you had someone new come into the camp or whatever, you would actually try and make them say this word. You'd come up with ways to try and get them to say the word shibboleth.
Then you would know.
Because then you would know, that would be your way of knowing, was this someone who's one of us or one of them? So it was just one of these like subtle tests. And why did I bring that up? Oh, because whenever someone is confused why there weren't Bothans in Andor.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just don't even need to talk to you. Like
Yeah.
you're just at a level where that I don't need to. Yeah. So, but I do enjoy that. Yeah, your joke was funny because yes, Senator Mon Mothma is Mon Mothma.
Okay. Yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
Good.
But so Genevieve Riley, I
Okay.
think is the actress's name,
Yep.
who plays Mon Mothma, who was actually nominated today, came out for some kind of fancy TV actress award.
For a streamy.
No, not the Emmys, but the British versions of the Emmys, whatever those are.
BAFTA.
Maybe actually.
But anyways.
I met because she was filmed for a scene in episode 3 where she was also playing Mon Mothma.
Yep.
But it got cut. Never actually was in the film. Never saw the light of day. But they did. But they kept the casting for Rogue One. For Rogue One first.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yes.
And I was very delighted that happened because for my limited interaction, a very, very nice lady.
Rogue One is a weird movie to me. Like, there's things about it that are good and hold up really well, and then there's stuff where it's just like, this is fucking terrible.
Yeah, so definitely. But have you watched it since watching Andor?
No, because I only finished watching Andor last night.
All right.
Yeah.
So it makes Rogue One a better movie.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. But the pandering.
Oh,
Of
there's
like,
still
look at these ad-ads. Look at all these TIE
no,
fighters.
and like
yeah,
and
like that.
you know, Walrus Man being in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
right. Like Rogue One has a lot of like, hey, remember this.
It has a lot of fan service, as we say.
Yeah.
That is not good. Like that's the best part about some of the better stuff on that Tony Gilroy has done is there's no fan service whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, it does. If you care, like, oh, there's a Star Tours ship like in the tourism office, right? Like there's a Star Tour.
Yes.
But no one's panning the camera over there and giving you a wink and a nudge. And
even I loved, especially the first season of Andor, you know, like TIE fighters are one of the things because they have such a distinct sound.
Yeah.
But it's like when they're doing like when a TIE fighter comes overhead and you hear this sound, like there's just one, you're not doing a bunch, and it's like, and it's scary. It's like, okay, we're like in a field and there's this fighter coming.
Yeah.
And you can hear it from far away, but there's nowhere we can hide. We're in an open field. Very reminiscent of like some old like World War II movies and stuff. But it's like, yeah, you're in there and there's like a Luftwaffe plane coming in and, you know, or something like that, right? And it's like you can't hide, you don't know, but you hear the and yeah. Anyways.
So much like my hobby in a way is like, you know, New Testament studies.
Yeah.
Tony Gilroy apparently has for decades just been studying passionately revolutions.
Okay.
Like rebellions.
Yeah.
And so just a lot of like real world real world rebellion situations.
I used to listen
that's why it feels the way it does. It's kind of like, oh well, I borrowed this from
who did it? There was a podcast I used to listen to called Revolutions.
And
it's like basically every season they would pick like the French Revolution or the Haitian Revolution or the like there's like 8 or 9 seasons and it's just like, yeah, and it's a historian that does it, just like we're going through like the start and everything that happens, and maybe there's like the French Revolution one's like 200 episodes long because there's so much that happens there. But then they would jump to different ones and like, here's the things, and you can see like, and here's the lessons that the rebels learn from this last one, and what they learned. It's like, hey, don't do this because you die. So leading up to like the Russian Revolution and some of these other things, right? That's like there's a very clear line that can be drawn through these revolutions of lessons learned from the previous generation of colonists, like, and they all got shot by whatever, so it's like they all learned a lesson. Next time, don't do this, do this. Yeah. Very good podcast if anyone's interested in history.
Awesome. Tommy Tucker writes, "What did I miss? I've got home from the pub and 100% super shit-faced. So cheers, everyone."
Cheers, Tommy.
And Kip, it's spelt your. So apparently there was some kind of grammar accident in the chat.
Well, there you go.
But it's good for engagement.
Yes, and we're glad you're here, Tommy.
That's right. Thank you, Tommy. All right, back to Atlantis. We've strayed from Atlantis.
Yes.
Photographs of crop circles. Very, very good. The whole book is full of photographs. It's not a photo essay, but there are a lot of photographs in there, and you're going to love them. This book has truly exceeded my expectations, and I'm very excited to have it in my hand. I just had to order 20 more myself. On top of the 40 books that I got to start with, You Must Stop is coming to me. I can't afford it. I have to get a copy of the book. If you want a first edition copy, they're going to be gone. The deadline's Wednesday at midnight. You can order right now, but you dare not wait. The number to order The Art of Talk is 1-800-864-7991. It's open right now, 1-800-864-7991. Now, we blew the trunk lines out in Fortuna, California for the second time this weekend. If you want the free catalog from C. Crane Company, the Bible of Radio, call right now or you'll miss out. 1-800...
That better not be the connection to the Bible that I was promised. I don't want the Bible, the radio. I want the actual...
What, the Bible of the Bible?
You know, the only holy book that has ever existed, the Christian one.
Yeah.
522-8863. NBC reported over the weekend that there have been long-distance trunking problems to the West Coast, and I'm afraid we may have been the ones.
So many trunking problem stories, but, you know.
What, Art? You screwing it up?
Yep.
One more item, GMX. It is magnetic water conditioning. It removes scaling from your pipes that otherwise will build in your system, kind of like cholesterol in your...
How do you get scaling in your pipes, Dave?
Yeah. I mean, I take steps to reduce...
Look.
Various...
Occupational hazard sometimes, but...
Yeah. I use various beads and plugs, you know... It's important. It's important.
You gotta take care of your pipes.
You gotta take care of the plumbing. You know? You take care of the big things, let the small things take care of themselves. It's my philosophy. Yep.
Thank you for the member chat, AZ Cat. Appreciate the sentiment.
Yes.
Eventually bringing on not the doctor, but the plumber. It'll coat your water heater. It'll make white spots when you wash your car. It's terrible. You can truly get rid of it with GMX. I've got it here at the house. It works.
See, whoever edited this, I don't like it. Also, I cut out the ads when I do this. This is why I should have looked at it.
We should have looked at it. We get to hear. This is interesting. We never have this. The fact that it's like, in addition, you know, it gives people the experience that in addition to the actual advertisements that the radio station would have, your normal ad breaks, you would then also get Art doing his own personal like ads for whatever
stuff,
survival
radios
or water descale, you know, scaling systems, you know, some kind of soft water CLR thing. I don't know.
People complain about YouTubers getting sponsors. They had sponsors way back then too.
I feel sad for Kip. He's got nothing to drink.
These were people of an unsophisticated level. They were hunter-gatherers, and their interest in copper was only decorative. They used to pick up what is known as float copper, pieces of copper left behind by the glacier. The mining that took place abruptly, there is no indication that the mining, which is still intact, is still there. You can visit it on Isle Royale, which is this large island in Lake Superior, which is not often visited because it's hard to reach, but the ancient mining is still there. And their tools are still there. More than 1 million beautifully made hammerstones have already been found. Many more than 1 billion.
All right, what do we know about the technology, or what can we surmise about the technology that would have been required to remove that volume of copper?
Well, it is known that the technology used to remove that copper, like digging down 60 feet through solid rock, was not obtained until the 18th century. Now, to answer your question earlier, why would they remove this copper? Well, in order to make bronze, you have to have high-grade copper. And with that copper, you combine it with zinc and tin in a skillful way, and you create bronze. Now, what does that mean? Bronze means that if you have a sword made of bronze, you have a superior weapons technology.
Bronze was so good, they had a whole age for it.
Yep. Now, so my understanding, and anyone in chat can by all means correct me, I don't know, that copper was the easy part of bronze. Everybody had copper. It was the tin. Tin was the, probably from Britain. It's like, oh, it comes from, secret places. And there was maybe the Phoenicians, maybe somebody you don't know, was trading tin all over the place to make bronze, but nobody knew. It's like, where's this magic, bronze metal come from? And it was no, you have to buy it from us. But it was not a common thing. It was hard to find, certainly with the mining technology of that time. Having big copper mines is like, it's not a big deal because copper's fucking everywhere.
Yeah, right.
Right, like it's easy to get. It's
the glacier. The glacier was literally spitting it out. Yeah, yeah.
That will beat anything else of your opponents. Now, while this mining was going on, 3000 BC to 1200 BC in America, all this huge amount of copper which disappeared, the Bronze Age simultaneously began in Europe. And there are no large natural copper deposits in Europe. There are a few, very few, and not enough to supply the prodigious amounts of copper needed by all the civilizations of the ancient world. The mining in America stopped at the same time that the Bronze Age ended in Europe. In between, Plato tells us that this great metalworking, seafaring civilization of Atlantis was destroyed 1200 BC. Here we have this one date.
Okay. Like, so here's the thing about the Bronze Age. Like, it was not like, so Europe wasn't. All right, we got a super chat. Before I get into this,
You wanted super chat first? I was going to let you. All right.
Wait, no, I'll do that.
Melody
the
Kate
Age was not. Yeah, it's Melody Kate. You do it. Let's do it. Melody Kate. Long time.
Oh my
fan,
God, I made it. Please make a channel notification that really works for those of us who love you. I've missed the last two. Done whiny, back to drinking.
Done whining, I assume. Well,
whining.
Back.
That's whining. Drinking is better than whining. That's for sure.
Unless you're a wino.
Thank you, Melody Kate. Appreciate, and I'm sorry that the YouTube notifications are not working for you. Hit the bell, smash the like button, whatever. What do the kids say?
Melody's not wrong. I didn't get a note. Like, I'm subscribed and belled, and I didn't get any notification for this one. YouTube, I find, is not always the best.
I have no notifications turned on at all.
I didn't post anything on X or Blue Sky or anything about this one. I should. We're bad. Did you post any notices anywhere, any social media things about this stream?
No, I just put this up, and here we go.
So there you go.
All the cool kids found us.
All the cool kids found us. You're here now, Melody.
You're here, Mel. Now that Melody's here, all the cool kids have found us. Anyway,
we'll try and do better. We'll try and do better next time.
So what were you gonna say about Bronze Ages?
Yeah. Okay. So Europe. This idea is like, well, Europe was not the center of the Bronze Age. Like, we're talking about Mediterranean, Mesopotamian, Asian. Like, there were large copper sources in the Middle East. I think Cyprus had a giant copper mine that's like kind of famous. So there was copper around. What are these Bronze Age European civilizations he's talking about? The Picts, it was all around the Mediterranean. The Egyptians, Phoenicians, like that. That's where the Bronze Age was. So I don't know what he's talking about. There's no copper mines in Europe. Yeah, there's no Bronze Age civilizations in Europe. What the fuck are you talking about, man? That's a later thing. Europe is not the center of civilization in 2500 BC.
So
carry on. Yeah.
That actually was a question in my head. It was like, what preceded the Iron Age? So Stone Age was what? Stone Age, Iron Age, Bronze Age. No, sorry, Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age.
Yeah, Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age.
Yep.
Yes, Iron is a superior metal.
What's important is that atheists tell Christians and or Jewish people that their Bible was written by Bronze Age goat herders. That's important to say.
Right.
Along with saying Sky Daddy. These
Along
are all
with
just
saying,
things.
yeah.
These are all things that extend the olive branch and make the conversations go smoothly.
It's important to
Yeah.
be insulting and minimizing in your terminology. Yeah.
Mining 3 major events: the end of the copper mining in America.
You're right, Nate. I forgot, of course, the copper mines in Wisconsin. That's that is on me. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
America, the end of the Bronze Age in Europe, and the final destruction of Atlantis, which was the arbiter of this great copper mining enterprise.
What I am curious about now is if this lost civilization was utterly destroyed, not just Atlantis, but what had sprung from it worldwide, why are you confident or even hopeful, based on current conditions and predictions, that we're going to come through whatever cycle appears prepared to repeat itself somewhat intact?
Well, I just have this dumb faith in mankind, I suppose.
I was hoping for...
We just survived it on spot. Although Atlantis itself was totally annihilated and may or may not be found as our own technology develops, the civilizations that it left behind in other parts of the world are certainly intact, and their ruins definitely exist and can be pointed to as identifiably Atlantean. The evidence is really quite strong. I don't mean to say that there's only circumstantial. There is plenty of hard physical evidence.
Atlantis itself was destroyed, but a lot of what spread from it prior to that destruction remained or
prior and after
survived. So then what happened to all those people? In other words, why are we not, or are we, their descendants?
Well, I think that in some degree we are. I think that some of their genes have survived all this time. But the best example of that...
No, probably not.
Well, I mean, if they were the global group,
they definitely would have. I'm excited. So he's saying there's hard physical evidence. So like, okay,
yeah, right.
Well, there we go. You know, all right.
Hard evidence, meaning something that tangible, something you can touch with your fingers.
We got some
super chats. We got Timothy Harmon for $2. Abrahamic war god.
Yep, bring that up. They love that. It's a good way to engage.
That's another good icebreaker.
Yeah, you're Abrahamic war god. You're sky wizard.
Yeah, it's a social lubricant. That one. Danish debater.
I got read this super chat first. Who has I believe those are Denmarkian Krugerrands.
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty good. Gentlemen, love your work. Paul, so much thanks for your series, especially on resurrection claims. Keep it up. Cheers from Denmark. Well, Paul, cheers to you.
Thank you so much, Danish debater.
Anti-God's work.
Mm-hmm.
I got into a real fight at one time, someone you don't know. There was somebody that I knew who was a friend of mine. I still somebody I would call a friend, but was what I've called others like the pure Wraithiest, like just the Reddit atheist, like, and would do things like be like, engage somebody in a discussion and be like, I can't believe you believe in these fairy tales of this sky wizard.
Right.
Like, that's your opening statement.
Yeah, right.
So of course, person on the other side's just like, how about fuck you? And walks away,
right. Yeah.
That's just immediately shutting down the debate.
Mm-hmm.
Like any kind of discussion, because your opening statement is essentially, and I tried to explain, like, what you're saying is, hey, you're an idiot and you believe in bullshit. And it's like, and then you're upset and surprised, and you're like, they don't want to engage with me. I'm like, no, they don't want to engage with you because your opening statement was, you're a fucking moron. And then you're shocked when they're like, they don't want to talk to you anymore. It's like, what do you think is going to happen here? Like, if I'm in a Star Wars versus Star Trek and the opening statement is, hey, Star Wars is bullshit, and anybody who likes Star Wars is just a fucking idiot. You're like, okay, well,
Okay, well,
go to hell, goodbye, right? Like,
yeah,
that's the beginning and end of the debate, because you've just you're like, oh, okay, so you're just an asshole. I see what's going on here. And it was very, very hard for me to drill to this person. It's like, no, they're not engaging with you because they don't want to engage with your facts. You are an asshole. You are being mean and rude, and people don't like talking to somebody who just is straight up insulting. It doesn't matter what point of discussion you pick. If your opening statement is, you have to be some kind of goddamn moron to believe this. Okay, well, goodbye.
Right. You and I both agree, I think, that there is a place for humor and even belittlement in a broader rhetorical strategy.
Yeah.
But that is not alone a rhetorical strategy. Because if rhetoric, ultimately you're trying to convince someone of something.
Well, and you and I is more so you certainly than me, because I don't really engage in religious discussion.
No, but it doesn't even have to be religious. It's more even like, where do we want to go for dinner? You still want a rhetorical strategy.
Yeah, right. And it's like, if your opening thing is like, well, anybody who likes pasta is a fucking moron.
Right.
It's like, okay. Well, I guess where do you want to go? Right. Like, oh no, you choose. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it to bring it more back to specifically that, like, you're like, well, I was a Christian most of my adult life, and I certainly didn't consider myself to be stupid or an idiot, or like there are legitimate reasons. Like, there's reasons a person would think this way or go this way, and to just completely dismiss all of that and throw it out or be insulting about it, and that's true for political debate, like you said, or restaurants or whatever, if you're opening. But not everybody's the best at,
Oh no, a few of us are good at it on a consistent basis, but
yes, and you can get frustrated, you can go, but it's in a way it ties in with like office politics or meeting conversation or things, right? Like, there's ways to engage with people and disagree with people that are more productive than immediately being very hostile, right?
So, being hostile, gives you a short-term dopamine. So, there's always,
it's like the old, maybe somebody's funeral isn't the time to like rant and like, this is bullshit. It's like, read the room, chum. This is not the time or place to advance. Maybe just keep your mouth shut. Close your eyes if you want during the prayer.
And the reverse is true. I've definitely heard. I have heard the, well, he's in hell now at funerals. It's like, well, okay, thanks.
Yeah, like all of
good
that.
job.
It's there's time. There's a time and a place.
H to the B, Paul says, Scotty Orange. It's my birthday soon too. Well, cheers to you, Scotty Orange, who is,
there you go,
at some point this year going to mark his circle around the sun.
That's a good idea, Mashanti. Yes, congratulations, Scotty, on not dying for another year. Fingers crossed you make it across the finish line.
And Danish debater, welcome.
Welcome again.
Thank you for interacting with us tonight. Oh, by the way, unrelated, but as a Dane, sorry, Paul, but darn, an awesome match. Related, communication hard, yelling insults easy. See, I win.
I don't know. I don't know what it's about. I'm sorry. Please, Danish debater, elaborate in chat. You don't have to super chat. Just throw it out there. I do not understand what this is a reference to.
I don't actually, but
I'm trying to think. Team Canada lost to Finland and was it Sweden here? Oof,
did
you
they
watch
really?
Hockey? Oh my goodness, it was rough. We were undefeated, and then got eliminated.
Was that the 1-0 game? I heard we lost 1-0 or something.
Yeah, the Finland game was a tough game, and then it just, oh boy.
Ugh, yeah. I've been distracted with other hockey because I have been.
But yes, it is also true. Yelling insults is a lot easier than true communication.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, just talk louder. Talk over
Yeah.
somebody. There you go.
In the short term, as I say, the short term is sometimes more fun, but that's not a long term.
Oh yeah, so Denmark did beat Canada in the IHF. Yes, we lost to Finland, then we lost to Denmark. That's what it was. Yes, thank you, Danish debater. Well, congratulations to you. Rough for us.
Also, we don't call it a hockey match, so that lets me know that you're not Canadian. That's my Shibble of Canada test.
Yeah, we call it the hockey game.
Mm.
Oh, the good old hockey.
So
game.
Gary Habermas, who we've been talking about here, is so he coaches hockey.
Okay.
At a Bible college, so he's from Detroit.
Okay.
Legitimately played. It's my understanding that that played like college level hockey in his young days.
So he played it at a somewhat high level.
Yeah, and in Detroit. So it was but he's constantly not every time, but he throws in the phrase ice hockey enough that it like hurts my ears.
It's like, we don't think you're talking about table hockey, man.
No, no one involved with hockey calls it ice hockey ever. It's like not
yeah. Well,
makes me think you're lying about the other stuff. I know you're not, but it makes me think you are.
I don't remember do you remember that song? Do you play hockey? Well, I play barn hockey, ball hockey, bubble hockey, barn hockey. I can't remember.
I don't, but that sounds like a great song.
It's oh man, I can't. Yeah, hockey. He goes through like all these different kinds of hockey he plays.
Right.
Anyways, good story, Dave.
Yeah. But ice hockey is that's the default one. That's you only add a qualifier when you're doing something else.
Yeah.
There are lots of other kinds, but
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you ever play street hockey as a kid?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Lots. Yeah. Tonsil hockey, yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah.
So someone was saying, there's the existence of air hockey, ice hockey, which is water hockey, and wind and fire, or wind. Anyway, they I forget how they got to it. Doesn't this infer that there must be fire hockey somewhere, like earth, wind, and fire? Earth. So field hockey,
earth hockey,
field hockey, air hockey, ice hockey, and infers that there must be fire hockey somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Lava hockey. Yeah.
Lava hockey.
I'd say we're the Basque people of the Pyrenees in Spain and France, who are a European people but speak a language which is not Indo-European, and who have traditions about their ancestors coming from what they...
European, is that not the area in the world where like there's the most languages that don't actually share common proto-languages?
I mean, probably. I don't know if Asia. It might be, yeah.
Oh, no, that's a good question.
You're right. Like, there's very different linguistic traditions in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the other regions can trace back to more directly to common proto languages than Europe. And so anyway, I'm calling bullshit.
Europe is a melting pot of language. There's no especially fucking England, Britain.
And I'm not saying that's better, because it's clearly not.
Call the Green Isle, the Green Island, which was this beautiful, magnificent city on a green island far out in the Atlantic that was lost in a terrible storm at sea. They preserved these stories and their genetic heritage pretty well intact in the isolations of the mountains.
Earlier tonight, you heard the report very clearly, the chilling one from Linda Howe, about the Bigfoot, or the creature, or whatever it is, some unidentifiable creature. How do you deal with such stories in UFOs, and does any of it fit into any of the ancient research that you have done?
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't dare to dream that these two, the A and B storylines, were going to come together, Dave. I
There
love
you
it when
go.
the A and the B
The
storylines
A and the
come
B, they
together.
tie in. That's good writing right
That
there.
is good writing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I think it really does. The skeptical mindset that we've had for so long is now proving to be extremely narrow. People are afraid they're going to be gullible. There's no such thing as scientific inquiry unless you keep an open mind and don't have a rush to judgment. As far as things like Bigfoot are concerned, yes, there are numerous traditions on both sides of the Atlantic about these giants. Some had been enslaved to do menial work and who had later come into severe conflict with the so-called civilized people. Who's to say this isn't some kind of a remnant from that time? Mythological traditions are not fables. They're not stories. It's the only way that an unliterate people could preserve the things that were important to them from their past. So for us to dismiss these myths as just children's stories is doing a tremendous insult to the folk tradition. The myths are important and should be studied and maybe stripped away of some of their poetic elements. But going to the core of them, yes, we see there was an Atlantis and strange things like, what if you want to call it Bigfoot or whatever, we don't know the real names of what they were.
Is he positing that that it's some kind of weird like speciesism?
I mean,
That like, hey, like he's speaking in a way that I've heard others speak about, the rights of Aboriginal peoples at various continents.
right.
And he seems to be speaking with the same flavor and fervor. It's like, hey, just because they're big and hairy,
Yeah.
you shouldn't be dismissing them. Or am I reading that wrong?
I'm having a hard conflicting because he's like, hey, you got to understand these legends and these like these are what's the word, pre-literate society, like there is no written records, right? So it's like
oral society, oral traditions,
oral tradition, right? So it's like to just dismiss all of this as folklore is foolish. This is the only thing we got. This is the only way records were preserved. So you got to try and look at it and chip away and find, okay, what's like the true truths that are in here? What can we actually learn from this when you take away the poetry and the years of hyperbole? It's like, yeah, I agree with that. Not sure Atlantis is the thing that we can pull out of that, but you're making it hard for me to argue with you because,
well, Dave, there's so many
the
Atlantis legends that one of them has to be true, right? That's what that was the argument from earlier.
Yeah.
How they can't all have come up with it.
They can't all have come up with it. Nope.
Have
you in your studies, Paul, in your amateur
travels,
my readings, have you ever heard a good explanation or what's the current scholastic explanation? Because the flood myth is a prevalent thing, right? It's like there are many flood myths in many cultures around the world,
right? So I have actually looked at that quite a lot. It is not exclusively, but it is nearly exclusively. The flood legends are found places that have experienced flooding. So not a lot of flood myths coming out of Saskatchewan,
right,
or Wisconsin, right,
Northern Europe.
So it's almost entirely coastal places and or places that like have a river, right, that like river systems that flood. And so like as best as I've studied it, geography tells the tale more than like, so it's literally like, well, okay, you live in a place that floods and if you're telling tall tales, what are you going to extrapolate that the flood was bigger? Like that this was the biggest flood that ever happened. Because this
is the natural disaster we have.
Right. Because the number of things that are common get pretty thin when you're in Answers in Genesis, right? And you want to count hundreds of flood myths.
Right.
Because you've got a handful that involved boats saving creatures,
Mm-hmm.
But not hundreds where boats are saving creatures, right? Sometimes it's just other ways that the local people survived that weren't related. Now, when you're an astrogenesis, what you want to say is, well, from the Tower of Babel, the further you got away from it, the story got distorted, but the Noah's one was the true one.
Right.
It's essentially the same argument that it's just like, well, sure, they can't all be true, but one could be true. And obviously it's ours. It's obviously
the
it's
whole
ours.
thing where it's like if you come into the argument, if you're presupposing like this is the truth, so whatever's right, it's
right.
Yeah.
But no, so to the extent that I've looked into it, for my curiosity, it became satiated once I started seeing the maps of where they happen. Right. So
yeah, I mean that's where human civilization flourished.
Well, and almost all of humanity today,
mostly lives on the coast or
lives on the coast, right? Like that's just the way.
Big water course, because that's where you can easily support large numbers of people, right?
So I wouldn't claim that I have come to a proper scholarly conclusion there, but it just satiated my curiosity.
So you're saying it's the Nephilim?
It's obviously it's the Nephilim.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes good sense.
Verdict isn't in on any of these things, to be sure.
Do you think that Atlantis will ever actually be rediscovered?
Yes, I am
I assume that the Bigfoot and the Yeti, those are Nephilim. I think we have to pretty much.
Or were they slaves to the Nephilim?
Well, no, because as described earlier, that these were hairy giants.
Right. So they're like just extra hairy Nephilim.
Yeah, I think these are maybe, the unshaved Nephilim.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're thinking of the Aronofsky movie where the Nephilim were rocks, which was silly. Come on, Dave. Everyone knows that rocks can't breed with women.
No.
But hairy giants can.
Yeah. And I assume some of them more advanced Nephilim had, full Brazilian technology. So they are
right. This is where the Occam's razor comes in.
Yeah. Occam's shave.
Occam's shave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you Occam shave it, it becomes
so
quite
Kevin
clear.
Hitch, this is actually, I've thought this myself several times now. This would have been a great bingo night because it is all over the map.
Yeah.
Stuff's coming up.
Instead of this,
probably this is the night where Harp comes up as far as this goes.
The half hour fucking trivia that we can't do anymore.
Right.
And then, we should have just bingoed the whole time.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, we're going to do an episode about Harp, Paul. Someday I'm going to slip it through and we're going to. Here's the trouble. Harp is fascinating. Every guest I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's just like the most boring, awkward, monotone. It's like, this is horrible. This is a horrible show. It's not entertaining. Art's trying his best, and this is just see, there you go.
Yeah, Timothy Harmon has it right. Yep. Esau was a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Esau,
possibly.
Esau was a Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Or which is harder to spell, Sasquatch or Saskatchewan?
Probably Saskatchewan. If you don't know, I mean,
probably.
Yeah. Like Sasquatch is more or less like it sounds. Saskatchewan is, I mean, it's a whole thing. Yeah.
That it shall.
Really?
Yes, because if we now possess the technology to find the Titanic and the Bismarck, surely we will be able.
All bingo stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. We find the city lost in the sea. The trouble is, we have been looking in the wrong places. We've been looking in the Caribbean, which is actually not a wrong place. We'll find things there. But none of these places.
Pirates, mostly.
Mm-hmm. The Bitterman Road. Trivia reference. Yeah.
Where Plato told us it was. Plato states pretty clearly that it was not far outside the Straits of Gibraltar, which he called the Pillars of Hercules. If you look there on the ocean floor, now that the ocean floor has been mapped pretty well, what do you find? A sunken volcano in the Hirondelle Deep. on a spit of land underwater, about 200 feet down, called the Ampere Seamount. It's called this by the oceanographers who found it in 1949. Dr. Maurice Ewing determined at that time that it was a volcanic island which collapsed into the sea within the past 10,000 years geologically. Efforts to go out there, there's a very good chance we're going to find something that will be the greatest news story, well, in all of archaeological history, that's for sure.
And let's talk about that for a second. Let's say, for the sake of our discussion, that absolute evidence of such a prior civilization.
Do you agree that were, James Cameron in one of his, underwater cruises,
Right. Yeah.
was to literally discover a sunken city,
Right. Yeah.
even if not mythological, even if not that it had magic, things that the technologies they shouldn't
Just
have had.
even
But
the foundation.
just even the ruins of a
squares, just regular square rectangular shapes laid out.
Right, a city that would have been fit right in the Bronze Age or the Iron Age.
Yeah.
Would you think that would be the greatest archaeological find
Of all time?
Yeah.
I don't know. It would be an archaeological find. Absolutely. It'd be a big deal. It would depend a little bit where it was. Like underwater can be a lot of things. There are certainly
I suppose.
Yeah, there's places that are that we know of now that are they're underwater, but they weren't underwater.
Yeah, and I guess you're right, because it needs to be far enough away from a landmass.
If we found it on the Pacific or Atlantic, this is deep.
Right, so it's not right off the coast of Cuba or something, right? Yeah,
that would be I think that would be a huge, quite possibly that might be.
Yeah,
because if depending where it was, it'd be either we're very wrong about the history of human civilization,
right,
or there was something prior to human civilization, and either would be fascinating. I mean, that would be amazing if that actually happened.
Yeah,
hey, in the bottom of Mariana's Trench, we found fucking houses.
Right. Yeah, that would be pretty good. I think that would be pretty significant.
Yeah. It's like the old when you listen to actual scientists or physicists where they're sometimes an experiment failing is the most interesting thing, or where you're so obviously what we think we know about whatever thing is completely wrong.
Well, and that's the thing. Ultimately, I'm even racking my brain here. What would we be completely wrong about? There was an island that we didn't know was an island.
Yeah.
It doesn't change everything, but it's still pretty freaking. So presumably a culture that was that isolated, though,
yes,
would have from an archaeology basis, it would be curious to know, did they build their structures the same way in the mainland? Is that just the way people did it, or did they have a whole different way to do it? Either way would be fascinating.
And the thing with the under the ocean is this a part of the ocean that's been underwater for 20,000 years, or has this been underwater for 700,000 years, going by all geological data? And how significant it is and what it means, very much change. Like I said, it's is this something from a million years ago? Because now we have to completely rethink, now we're getting some Neozoic kind of shit, right? Where it's was there some kind of intelligent life that enough to build some sort of regular mound, or clearly this is the work of some sort of tool making civilization? Was it? And then it can vary wildly, right? Even 30,000 years ago, that's pretty amazing. But it's very, very different from, like I said, 100,000, 200,000 years ago, a million years ago. That gets into a whole other, we clearly don't understand the fossil record and what's happening. But it's also, like I said, but it's not impossible. Something like that could happen. There's huge chunks of history that, millions of years chunks of history that were we have very sketchy detail. We have a kind of idea of well, there was a lot of funguses, we think, and there were, giant sort of fungal trees on the land. Then oxygen became really prevalent, and a lot of stuff died off, and like 98% of the species on Earth died off, and like all these things that sort of happened, and we're dealing with very sketchy fossil records from a long, long time ago that you just kind of make your best guesses on, and it's and the interpretation. So, like, again, potentially, yes, finding structures, actual clear, this is not natural, this is something artificially created structures under the ocean, depending where it is, how deep it is, could be. But there's places in like the Mediterranean or the Black Sea or around where it's like, yeah, no, like we know this was above land, like
Right.
10,000 years ago. Like there's actual sort of archaeological and geological reference shows like, no, that people lived here. We know, like, or if we found, for example, structures on between the Bering Straits and Alaska, right, where it's like, well, we know there was a land bridge there. We know in the Ice Age this was dry land that people could walk across. So finding structures there would be cool. It'd be great. I don't think it would revolutionize any of our understanding of human history. Does that make sense? I'm kind of rambling here, but
it's on because I had to be muted because anyone watching the Bella Cam will notice that she's gone bananas.
Well, that's because of all the dragons that are running up and down your street now. She's here to protect us from them. Good job,
There's been
Bella.
significant construction in our area, and the deer population is starting to. Some of the places they used to graze are now like under construction. So there's a lot outside of our house. Where at night the deer come and graze, and so when Bella gets wind that there's deer across the street, that's what this typically is.
Yeah.
Or it's a burglar. You never know. One or the other.
You never know. Pretty sure it's the rabbit or the deer.
The rabbits, we don't. That was the Calgary thing. The Calgary rabbits,
and coyotes.
And the coyotes.
Hey, Paul.
Yes,
we have
Dave.
a super chat from Scotty Orange.
Super chat. Oh, I actually had it on screen for a while, but then
But then I just was rambling, not shutting up.
You can read this one.
If Old Spice had a biblical themed fragrance for deodorant, what would they be?
Well, you'd have irradiated shroud. That would have to be.
I feel like they might have like Leviathan something. They're Old Spice love very good Muggles kid. Frankincense.
Myrrh, those are good. I was thinking white as something, washed white as snow. You gotta good question. Anyone have any great answers for Scotty? Clever answers. We will we'll put them up on the screen.
Marvelous.
Indeed.
Yeah. Sandalwood
really is discovered. What sociological implications would that have? Maybe even religious. It seems to me it would have many, and it would cause all of man to sit down and think really hard about what we're doing and about cycles and about what happened to them and what might happen to us. It would have such an impact.
I think it would have a very chilling and a very necessary effect, because here was a people who had it all. They had a worldwide powerful civilization. They had vanquished all their enemies. They were about becoming wealthier and wealthier, and they lost it all.
How much of a civilization did they have? Deal with the mythology of it, or what you can tell us from what we really know. What did they have? What did they
There are two excellent indications for that. One is from an ancient source. A wonderful Greek historian by the name of Hesiod Council is a world council, and an ecumeny is a worldwide culture. Now, what do we find to back up that? Well, not too long ago, Professor Charles Hapgood, who was, until his death about 10 years ago, one of the leading cartographers of all modern times, discovered and dissected a map. This was an ancient map and he found that this map had been preserved in Turkey. It's called the Piri Reis map. This map shows tremendous geographical information about the coasts of America and what Antarctica looks like underneath the ice 4,000 years before Christ. And the proof which Dr. Hapgood came up with in his book called The Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings has never been disputed. It has been attacked and has never been disputed.
How accurate are the representations?
I don't think that disputed means the same thing to me as what it means for him. If it's been attacked, then it's been disputed in my mind. Those are
it's been disputed.
Yeah.
I did Quasimodo. I did check them out, and I enjoyed it.
Of that geography.
I think Dr. Hapgood makes an extremely convincing case. He writes for a general audience, but believe me, the academics were down on him viciously, but could not dismantle his evidence. He has been able to show that there were an overlay of these maps in this old Turkish map, which relied on maps from the Alexandrian library, and that relied on even earlier maps. He was able to peel back all the evidence to show what he called the ancient sea kings, which coincides with the Menominee Indian tradition of these sea peoples who came over here and stripped Mother Earth of her copper. And of course, archaeologists will say, oh, modern man didn't have a ship that could cross the ocean like that. Well, that's a lot of nonsense. If ancient man could make the pyramid in Egypt, he certainly could make a boat that could go across the Atlantic Ocean. And I think that's the great realization.
That is completely, there's no reason to think that. Yeah.
You haven't heard about Noah's Ark? Come on.
I guess. Yeah. Yep.
No, it's a moral teaching, Atlantis. That is the greatest significance for humanity, is that it was a civilization that possessed great power. Because of their materialism and rampant greed, they lost it. And it makes us look at our own world here.
Well, it does, and that's a good pause point. Hang on just a second, Frank. We'll be right back to you. Fortunately for humanity, we have none of that going on this earth, so naturally we have nothing to worry about. Right? And maybe that's a perfect segue into North American trading. The inevitable question for Frank is one that before you ask it, Frank, the audience...
It made me laugh. That's very good. I'm pretty sure the pyramids would say, good point. Good point. Yeah.
Full of
Christian... Originally, the pyramids had, an outer encasement of marble. So it's totally different animal we're talking about. Yeah. It would have been very smooth and angular. So
I'm pretty sure Dr. Falk tells me they're buoyant, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Folk Jews, every imaginable religion based on the Bible or the Quran, all have certain beliefs regarding how we got here.
Are we getting to Bible stuff now?
Now we're getting to Bible stuff. There you go, Paul.
How do you reconcile those beliefs with your theories regarding ancient civilizations?
I don't think there's any problem with that at all, because in the traditions of Genesis, which talks about the flood and Noah,
yes.
And you go in the Quran, and the Quran talks about the land of Ad, A-D. These were people who preceded all the great culture bearers of Arabia, and who in fact inherited a lot of their ideas and their civilization from the people of Ad, who had a great palace on an island which disappeared because its people had committed a great sin against Allah in a horrible flood. Like I mentioned earlier, you have this tradition amongst virtually every people on the face of the earth, and it seems to indicate, unless you're willing to totally dismiss this as some kind of impossible coincidence,
which I am.
No, you shouldn't.
There was, in fact, a worldwide event, which I think, to answer your question, yes, it impacted the morality of every religion on the face of the earth. I think so.
In that, we just killed them all, so they couldn't act morally or immorally anymore.
We exercised the ultimate moral authority, Paul.
That's right.
And shot them all and let God sort them out.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Dead men Dead men don't covet their neighbors anything.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because there's
Tell a lie
always
when you're
a
dead.
moral question involved, isn't there? For example, Noah is singled out as the last of the generous men.
Well, let me stop you right there with Noah, because maybe you will have some comment on this. We're here at the bottom of the hour, but Frank, are you
I'm no betting man.
aware?
Yeah.
I don't. I've listened to a lot of Art Bell over my years.
Mhm.
I know I wasn't
Yeah.
listening specifically for it. I don't recall ever having a guest say, "You know what? No comment."
Yeah. Well, I don't really have anything to say about that. I mean, I don't know. It's not really my field of expertise, Art.
Yeah, you
I
don't.
feel
You
like
don't get a lot of that. Oh, you know,
I
I
don't
gotta
feel
stay in
like
my
an
gotta
author
stay in my
with
lane
his
here.
opinion.
Don't wanna speak out of school.
I don't want to tell tales out of school. Yeah.
That there's satellite imagery now that has people up on the side of Mount Ararat digging archaeological digs, probably uncovering, I've heard odds 100,000 to 1 that it is anything but an artificial object. In other words, they...
Sadly, this is so sad. 28
Mhm.
years later,
Yes.
literally, I'm seeing around on TikTok that very thing he's talking about
Yes.
is like keeps coming up every like 2 years. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, they discovered Noah's Ark. It's like, oh fuck.
Nope. They sure didn't. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's so nothing new under the sun.
think they may have found and are digging for Noah's Ark on the south side of Mount Ararat right now. And I'd like your comments on that when we come back. So hang in there, Frank. You're listening to Dreamland. So if you have not yet made it through, get it through away, folks. So you've got to get through it in 6-3. 1-800-522-8863. This Wednesday.
Oh, they're
Super
trying
smooth cut.
Someone was trying to cut out the numbers there, I guess.
Yeah.
The phone
But
number.
yeah, so it had no commercial there, and he's saying, here's the lines to call.
Yeah.
At midnight, they're going directly into the second printing. The number is 1-800-864-7991. 1891 right now, or 24 hours a day until you can get through. Now, we're about to open the lines, and I'm going to let you ask Frank Joseph anything
Callers.
you want.
Here we go,
I've got
Paul.
a couple of questions of my own. We'll get those, and then the phone numbers to get in.
Though I will say, if that's the extent of the Bible overlap, then this was oversold to me.
Well, but we got callers. Callers are
We
always
have callers,
good, reliable.
and the callers
source
do like
of,
to bring up Bible shit. So here
yeah.
we go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Timothy Harmon makes a very good point. The
Yeah.
Ark is in Kentucky. Wake up, people.
Sheeple, I think, is what you mean to say.
Sheeple is what he
Timothy.
meant.
Wake up,
Absolutely.
sheeple. Big Ark has you sold on some lie about the well of souls
That's right.
in Egypt. Nonsense. Publicity. Hollywood fables.
It's not just competing flood legends. We actually have competing arcs.
They wouldn't let you build a museum if it wasn't true.
Right?
Yeah. They have agencies for this. Oversight. People in charge. They know what's going on.
That's
can
right.
trust
You
them.
can't just open up you can't just, put stuff in your house and say it's a museum.
No. Unless your house is where somebody famous died, in which case you can.
So I don't know why I'm going to say this.
I think your butt looks good too, Paul.
But those are just my inner thoughts. I try not to keep those.
My intrusive thoughts are my outrusive.
The big T-Rex at Drumheller.
Yeah, they're tearing it down.
Well, I don't know if they're tearing it. So they're not, maybe you heard more than I. So what I've heard is that the city is like just basically saying not us anymore, not our problem anymore.
Yeah.
So my thoughts, for that is like, if I still live there, I would have nothing of, like, I would taking over the lease of that land.
Yeah.
And instead of it being like a public thing, like just you open up a place that just sells French fries,
Right.
or whatever. Like, I don't think it's going to go away.
So my understanding of the situation is that it's like on the verge of collapsing.
Oh,
And
like
the
it's
kind of
not
thing where
safe
it's like,
anymore?
yeah, so it's like, hey, and the city's like, well, we don't want to pay $1.5 million to fix it.
Gotcha.
And everybody else is like, I also don't want to pay $1.5 million to fix this. So it does sound like it's just going to get.
Okay, well, that actually makes
Yeah.
more sense than what I had heard, which was literally just that the lease was up situation and that the town was like, okay. So if there's upkeep and safety involved, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that it's like it's
Because
kind
that
of
thing
like
can't have been
the
it's
steel
been
structure is like it's sort of rusted and going. It's like this whole thing's just not
oh
safe.
yeah,
and
like
stable.
definitely the last 15 years you look at that thing, it's like, yeah, that's not safe.
Because that's like from like the 70s or something, right?
It is, yeah.
So it's kind of like at the point where it's like sort of inspectors are like, yeah, I don't like human beings can't be around this,
Gotcha. Okay.
and
Alright.
nobody wants to pay the money. Everybody thinks it's cool. Nobody's like, I don't think this is $700,000 worth of cool. And that's because I'm with you. I'm like, I love the Drumheller T-Rex, and it's
well, no, but more to like not even so much than my personal nostalgia, which I'll be sad, like, but it'd be more like surely like a private business there.
Yeah.
Like everyone stops and takes pictures there.
Yeah.
If you're also selling hamburgers or something.
Yeah.
It feels like a natural place
or whatever, right? Like just here's your wooden model of the T-Rex.
Like to the extent that I'm guessing someone is maybe doing some math at some point.
Yeah.
But whether or maybe building building the next version of it or something.
And I feel like Drumheller themselves have done the same math, and everybody else has looked and been like,
probably.
Yeah. So because it has been in the news more here, like in the actual
here nothing. I only got wind of it through personal
here in Calgary and stuff where this is like kind of a thing, but it's like everybody agrees it's really sad.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be like, so do you want to pay? Like this is like, no.
Or Dave, or
no,
is this or should I be blaming cancel culture for this? Like did the T-Rex have some problematic tweets?
The T-Rex couldn't get his pronouns straight.
Right? Is it something
cancel culture came for him?
Yeah.
Typical.
We're just tearing down. They're just tearing down all the statues of all the legends because whatever
legends,
they weren't woke or whatever.
Probably his grandfather had a farm or something like that, a plantation. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. This is that's the new meta. That's the new headcanon for me. Is that the T-Rex in Drumheller has been canceled?
T-Rex has been canceled. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably nobody wants to talk about the plesiosaurus he ate.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you know what? But at the time, that was just what all the T-Rexes did. And pretending that's not our history.
That's right. That's right. I will on a other note before we get to Melody Kate's thing though. If you are a dinosaur tourist, if you like fossils, if you want to see dinosaurs, like the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller, Alberta,
is amazing.
Is unmatched.
Yeah.
I've been to natural history museums all over America.
Yeah.
The Royal Tyrrell, unmatched.
And it constantly keeps growing. Like it'll be 10 years between visits and I'll go and I'll be like, holy shit, there's like a multiple new wing or something.
Yeah.
Like they keep it, but I'm like you. I've never anywhere across North America seen anything remotely close to it when it comes to
I will literally I used to take like an afternoon. I'm just gonna go sit and I ignored the rest of the museum. I would just literally just sit and look at Black Beauty.
Yeah.
For the afternoon.
I always loved they have like the one room that's like the underwater recreation.
Oh yeah, I love that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what it is about that.
You can't take a good picture in that room. That's a frustrating room to take pictures.
Because they give it that kind of like, but that's one was like I can sit here for like an hour and just chill out. But there's so much.
Yeah.
You can spend probably 2 days if you're very interested.
If you're into it, if you're into that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know I was teasing about the giant dinosaur and the whatever, and selling ice cream, but It is. It should be on your things to do before you die bucket list.
If that is a
Yes, even the one in
passion
Houston. Sorry, the one in Houston is kind of close because it's very similar geographically.
yes,
But no, the Royal Tyrrell as an actual museum has
far
much better
outshines it.
much better specimens.
Yeah.
And a lot of because of how arid and so I mean I know it's arid in Texas and that kind of
And they have the big like glass windows where you can see actual paleontologists and they working on
right. Almost it's funny because it's almost Jurassic Parky.
Yeah.
It's like watching people do the work.
Yes, even the Chicago Museum of Natural History, which I've also been to, and it's very good.
Yep.
In the specific aspect of sort of paleontology, like dinosaur, like that era.
Nothing from the Ice Age. Weirdly, like we have nothing. We have no Ice Age creatures. But
nothing about like early North American civilizations, human civilizations in history. It's very much dinosaur in that, Cretaceous, Jurassic, Triassic focused.
But see if you can get the Royal Tyrrell Museum to sponsor the show sometime.
Yeah, they don't have any money. They're a nonprofit.
That's true. Yeah.
We would sponsor them. That's how that works.
Yeah, that works.
On the show, first time callers, area code 702-727-1222. The wild card lines, area code 702-727-1295. Toll free, west of the Rockies, 1-800.
You know what to do, everybody. Start calling in.
8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-225-5033. And now back to Frank Joseph. Frank, I have a question which I had asked you just prior to the break about Ararat and Noah's Ark.
Yes, I have. I took particular interest in that. I tried to explain it in my book as best I could.
I can make up my own narrative. This is easy.
Yeah, that's sure.
Ken, I don't believe what they're finding there is the Ark. I believe it is an artificial creation. It may, however, have tremendous significance for the Genesis story. It appears to be a monument to that flood, a kind of a temple or a memorial chapel.
They're kind of rough, though, to build.
Well, that's the ultimate lukewarm. No one wants to hear that.
Mm-mm.
You either want to say it's bullshit or it's real. You don't say, yeah, Ken Ham of the 1100s built one.
Yeah.
And that's what we're finding. Who cares? That's the worst. That's the worst of all options here.
Yeah.
Live that far up on Ararat?
Well, actually, that's true, but that's typical for places of great sanctity. I think about places like Delphi, which is up in the mountains of Greece, or many of the Indian sanctuaries on the west coast.
This was July, I think. No, July or August of 1997.
Yeah.
Or, 1997.
It was July.
It might have been July.
It was.
It's in the show notes.
Oh, no,
it
was March 23rd.
Oh, it's in the description. But yeah. 97 anyway.
Yeah, it was.
Which are high up in the mountains of the Shoshone Indians. So in that regard, it would be quite plausible. I don't think I know for sure that it is not the Ark, but the evidence so far tends to show.
I think we can know for sure that it's not the Ark.
Well, in 97, I mean, it definitely could have been.
Oh, but they've been studying. They have done the Echo location stuff on it since, like, it's clearly just
I remember the freaking 80s. This in like National Geographics and stuff.
Right.
Oh, look, we found this on Mount Ararat. Look, here it is. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, the frustrating part, of course, frustrating to someone like me who keeps seeing it over and over again, is frustrating that, like, from the air, I get it. It's kind of arc shape. It's what you think in your head is an arc shape. This configuration of rocks, and it's like, oh, okay, But when you look underneath, that's not what it is.
It could be a memorial, a monument that was built to the Great Flood.
Perhaps Perhaps
That is a new theory, I'll admit. Could it have been, 9th century Ken Ham built
Yes.
an ark in honor?
you would think that it might be carrying some might have carried some fair-haired people.
From all indications, especially in its last days, Atlantis was a truly multiracial, multinational society. It didn't begin that way, but it certainly ended up that way. The basic racial type for the Atlanteans seems to be commonly red hair and tall and slender. That's the general consensus from traditions on both sides of the Atlantic.
All right, let us take a few questions.
Okay. I love bingo things we've been checking out, just the random.
Yeah, right. So,
well, the general consensus from both sides of the Atlantic. Wait, what? Where is this coming from?
right?
Who's saying this exactly? Yeah.
So they were redhead, which is genetically just the most, statistically, genetically the rarest of things.
Yeah.
Tall, which of course, back then they're
not common.
Generally, people were shorter.
Yeah, but if they had a successful advanced civilization with more, better nutrition.
Well, of course, we know from evolution that when there's an isolated population, that the traits can take hold in a population more solidly than in general. So you actually would think that if there was specific mutations that were Atlantean specific, biologically it makes sense that actually would become locked into their genome better
and the height. If it truly was an advanced civilization compared, where nutrition was plentiful, it would make sense. That's really the difference between us and 300 years ago, where it's everybody average height was 5 foot. Why? Because we have a whole bunch more protein shit now. Our genetics haven't really changed that much. It's just everybody has a lot more food.
Right.
So we're taller, we're bigger.
Though at that point, you'd also either there was a natural reason why taller was an advantage on the island.
Well, but as I'm saying, if they just had better nutrition, if they just had access to more.
Oh, you're just saying that they all became the tallest versions of themselves that their genetics would allow.
Much like why was the average height 200 years ago 5'2" and now it's 5'10"?
Gotcha.
It's really mostly our diet. Nothing genetically changed.
Right. So if you took if I had a twin and you took that twin to the 1600s for some reason, we would not be the same height. Yeah,
you're spending the winter eating whatever you can kind of still gather up, versus now where it's you can just fucking have nuggets whenever you feel like it. That makes a very big difference going from age 1 to 12 then, right?
Timothy, I was also is this one of those things where the stories of the Amazons, the tall sexually attractive people were that's what
I'm waiting for the third point. And all sources on both sides of the Atlantic agree, damn that ass.
Also, C cup at a minimum. I don't know.
At a minimum.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. They all agree. Your wife, she's a goer, right? Huh? Hey? Wink, wink. Not the Atlanteans, hey? Huh? We're travelers, huh?
Nice to go.
Get around.
Yeah.
Say no more. Say no more.
Say no more. Say no more. Yeah, the traditions from all sides say she's
sides,
a goer.
All indications, all sources show. I love the which sources? What sources? They all show this.
We don't have any Atlantean clothing because they didn't wear any, frankly.
From the audience, how about that?
Be glad to.
You ready? East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Frank Joseph. Hello, where are you calling from,
I'm
please?
calling from Liberal, Kansas.
Liberal, Kansas. Hi.
Yes. Excuse me, Miss.
Didn't we already determine that people from Kansas don't know anything? Didn't we already? I think we established that earlier in the show.
Man, I'll tell you, they know how to barbecue. You ever had Kansas style barbecue, Paul?
I have not. I don't think.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, something to live for. Something for my
Yeah.
bucket list.
Oh, that is the thing I would do. I would do like a barbecue tour and like gotta hit Carolina barbecue, Texas barbecue, Kansas barbecue. Yeah. When I win the lottery, that's what we'll do. You and I. We're gonna go
That's
on a
right.
barbecue tour. Yeah.
I won't tell anyone, but there will be signs.
If I win the lottery. It's like,
Yeah.
Dave's been 6 months. Barbecue tour to the States. Yep, sure has. Yeah.
Thank you, Scotty Orange, for gifting some memberships.
Yeah.
It looks like Kip Davis, for example, is going to be temporary part of the Black Box Club.
Yeah, that's a club I'm not in. Enjoy it, Kip.
Yep. All right.
That's a good name.
And we have Timothy Harmon super chat.
Yes.
If you were as beautiful as the Atlanteans, you wouldn't wear clothes either. Exactly. That's
True.
what. Yeah.
It's like them gym influencers I see on the Instagram.
That's right.
It's like, yep, I'd wear like compression shorts and
That's
tight
right.
tank top too if I had abs like that. But I don't. So
I'm
Hawaiian
sparing
shirts.
That's right. That's right. So
For the old favor.
Yeah, I'm doing everybody a favor here.
Yeah. Yeah. We all agree.
Mm.
Yep. Fishnet Speedo Jr. Not a good option in this particular case. Yep.
We have some new Black Box Club people celebrating.
Hey, there we go.
Yep.
Enjoy it.
Joseph.
Yes.
Are you familiar? Excuse me. Are you familiar with any of the ruins in Florida and the pyramids in Florida?
Yes, I've been diving down there for some years, as a matter of fact, with William.
Wait, the pyramids of Florida?
I'm not familiar with this, Paul. This is
new to me.
Yeah. As
All
somebody who enjoys
Tell me more.
some wacky ass conspiracy, I don't know anything about the pyramids in Florida.
Donato, who's the head of the Atlantis organization in California, and he has led several expeditions down to the Bimini Wall, and I've been privileged to go along with him. And I've seen the wall myself. It's not a wall, actually, or a road, as it's referred to. It appears to be the remains of a breakwater or a harbor facility on the north end of the island of Bimini, which is 80 miles due east of Miami.
Well, help me out with her question.
The Bimini Road /wall. This is the same thing
Right,
we're talking
right,
about.
right.
Underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she asked you about pyramids in Florida. Now, I've never heard of any such thing. Pyramids in Florida?
Well, off the coast of Florida, there have been many sightings of what appears to be pyramidal-shaped buildings. I have not been able to verify that, but because of the subsistence problems in Florida, especially the coastal area, I don't see why that is an impossible find that's going to be made someday. The only pyramids underwater that I really know about are the ones in Wisconsin that I wrote about. Those structures we photographed and have found, and I don't see why this.
Super chat. I'm assuming. So I have an interpretation of this. So Timothy says, Dave, I think I speak for many of us. I'm grateful for you wearing clothes. I think this goes back to that, the Bible verse that you don't want to look upon people lustfully, and even if you look at them, you're guilty, right?
Right.
So I'm guessing that's what Timothy means. Thank you for not leading all of us into sin.
That's wonderful. That's a possible interpretation.
Yes.
Also, my body looks like a half melted ice cream cone, with just like a waxy white overcoating, and I feel like it's in everybody's best interest that I keep multiple layers of fabric between the
No. Fair
corpulent in that it's corpse-like bulging flesh that I possess, and the outside world. I'm gonna just keep everything on lock, keep it contained. I have many wonderful qualities, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Abs are not one of them. That's just not in my.
That would just make you too formidable.
That's exactly it. It wouldn't be fair. It's not fair to the rest. I will say I have started quite recently. All right, eating more vegetables and all right, I got to start swimming or walking or anything because none of us are getting any younger, and
Well, it's more that's all. I hope it's more about the you want to be here for many more years.
well, I'm honestly on the fence about that. But
Oh, okay, well, fair enough.
I feel like there's strong arguments to be made on both sides.
I am in the same camp. It was kind of
Yeah,
like
it's like I don't know. It doesn't really seem
living
like
longer isn't quite the incentive it once was.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
really seem like there's a whole lot to look forward to.
So more of this, huh? All right.
More of this, huh? Yeah. I'm looking at the
Timothy
graph.
Harmon says, I don't think it worked out well for Moses's kids.
I don't remember who Moses' kids. It's been too long since I read the old. Do you know?
Moses, do you have it?
I mean, probably.
Because he was not allowed to go into the promised land because he kept back some stuff that he wasn't supposed to keep. I don't forget. I think he didn't kill enough people. I forget.
Yeah, whatever. He done fucked up. That's the point.
Yeah. And so, but did Moses have kids? I don't know.
Or if it doesn't say.
Mm-hmm.
So he had at least one wife. Didn't he have a couple? Man, now I'm my ignorance is showing.
Yeah, but Aaron, like his brother Aaron, was the one that
Yeah.
like led them into the promised land, and
Yes.
yeah, I think this might be correct. Yeah, Whitey's. I think they're thinking of Aaron's kids. Yeah, because I don't think we know for sure that Moses had any, but
Larry
he might have.
Yeah, he might have. Probably had some.
You can't bring down the 10 Commandments and be shooting blanks. Come on.
Yeah, that ain't cool, man.
You can't look anyone who's portrayed by Charlton Heston.
Yeah,
has been
multiple Oscar winner Charlton Heston.
Yeah, take this gun from my cold dead hands.
Exactly. I need to take advantage of a bio break, Paul.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough.
You just keep doing what you're gonna do?
Yep. I was gonna tell an anecdote and I'm gonna tell it without you. You're gone. So
I'll turn the volume up.
Recently in a recent trip that I had for reasons that annoyed me and whatever, it doesn't matter. But I ended up in a wax museum for not my idea, but I was in a wax museum, and I took 0 pictures, and I went all the way through until all of a sudden there was a wax figure of it was all set up. The wax museums now, they're all set up for selfies, right? Nothing's behind glass anymore. They literally want you to pretend, hey, I'm here with Johnny Depp, or I'm here with who's an older celebrity. Oh, I'm here with Magnum PI, or I'm here with whoever who have you, whatever, from all the eras, the various. I'm here with John Wayne, whatever. I took 0 pictures. I was buzzkill. I was not the ideal person there, smiling. But but we got to Charlton Heston as Moses, and suddenly I'm taking a million. So at some point in one of my videos, you're gonna start to see me, Apologia, pictures with Moses at the Red Sea, part in the Red Sea. And that's where that's going to come from, because it's like, this is work related. All of a sudden, we got Moses. I'm taking pictures, million pictures of Moses. It was people who are observing me having a bad time would have seemed a little strange. All right.
Oh hi.
Oh hi.
Are you talking about?
Oh, we missed a super chat.
Oh my.
Or maybe a member chat. Super chat. Thank you, Timothy. So it was Noah's kids who saw him naked and got squashed. That's correct. It is Noah's kids, yeah. And one of them, if you believe the stories, might have been black, because that's the curse. The curse of Ham. Have you heard of the curse of Ham, Dave?
I have not.
So there was the sons. There was the Shem, and there was the Ham.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what the third guy's name was.
Seth or Half or something like that. I don't remember.
Seth, maybe. Yeah. Shem. Yeah. Anyway, so there's the one son who saw Noah naked after his being drunk, and then God put a curse on him.
Oh.
Anyway, some people who use the Bible to do things whatever they wanted to do, decided that the curse of Ham meant that was black people, because
They just decided.
they just decided. Well, I mean, you do have to think about it. So on the ark, was the only remaining humans.
Right.
So where did people of African descent come from in that worldview? Other than that, one of those 8 people on the ark must have been darker than the others.
What if they were all dark?
Well, that is an option for sure.
Yeah, and the curse.
But so some people in history have interpreted that dark skin meant that you were cursed,
right?
And that was what the curse of the Ham was.
I mean, that's accurate. Where do Asians fit into all this?
Well, yeah, we don't know.
Were they just on the ark? A pair of them?
So Asian, no, I'm not. I'm gonna say a thing. I don't want it. No, we're already in a clip that I called. No, I don't want to be. I already said that Habermas was angry Santa. We don't need that. So yeah, I'm cutting this.
Wow.
This is. I'm no longer espousing views that I wasn't. That I don't actually hold.
My plan to get you subtly demonetized.
I'm gonna get canceled like the Drumheller dinosaur.
You like the Drumheller dinosaur?
Yeah.
Also, Kip, for somebody who's not drinking, he's getting real surly there.
Saucy?
Yeah. Just straight up says you suck.
Well.
Japheth.
Oh, Japheth. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I don't feel even a little bad that I didn't know that.
I feel bad that I didn't know that, but I feel there's a bunch of cans sitting beside me that explain maybe why that is the case. Wasn't Moses barred from the Holy Lands because he smashed the rock with his staff? Maybe? Oh yeah, I think that might be right. But right. instead of just tapping it, he was a thing. It was he was a little aggressive with his stick.
He lost his temper as he often did.
That's a hockey reference.
Yeah. Too much stick work.
Yeah. Thank you, Olivia, for the
Ooh, good work, Melody.
For the fact checking.
Yeah.
Same thing can't be done someday off the coast of Florida.
You want to know an interesting fact about Melody Kate?
Yes.
Melody Kate has a picture of William Shatner's cute butt.
Wow.
From 1974. Prime Billy Shat. Just,
That's Canada's ass.
So probably some tight polyester pants. Hot damn. It's like we hate to see you leave, William, but we love to watch you walk away.
Captain America is America's ass, but we got William Shatner as Canada's ass. Yeah.
Have photographs of pyramids.
We have photographs of the stone remains of several of the structures that were.
No, Art. We don't have pictures of pyramids, but we have pictures of stones. That these stones were stacked in a pyramid shape,
could be,
were
plausibly part of a pyramid.
Found at the bottom of Rock Lake. They were made between 1989 and 1993. They show stone structures between 20 and 60 feet below the water.
I can see that your book is full of such photographs, isn't it?
The Destruction of Atlantis is the first book I wrote, but the next one that carries those photographs is called The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake.
I'm talking about Atlantis in Wisconsin.
We have some shots there. There's one shot of a structure underwater on top of a hill. It's a ruined little pyramidal structure we found only about 20 feet underwater. To answer this lady's question, there appears to have been some kind of a worldwide shift or something that put structures like this, pyramids, underwater. There's a lake in Japan called Lake Biwa, which has pyramidal structures 20 feet below the water. The Bimini Wall I mentioned is about 19 or 20 feet. The structures off the coast of Florida are in shallow waters. So there's even a lake in Ireland, Loch Ness, which has pyramidal structures supposedly underwater. So there's something that took...
What the hell is Loch Ness? You're talking about Scotland. There's a French lake in Scotland that I don't want to call it Loch Ness. That's what the boobs are down at the
roops, the marks.
Yeah. We don't call it Loch Ness. We call Loch Ness. So apparently, I don't know what's this guy's name.
Oh,
He
wow.
He has
Okay.
books of I don't know.
His name is Frank Joseph. Frank Joseph. Yeah. The editor-in-chief of Ancient American Magazine. The author of over 20 books about prehistory.
Well, this is a shitty cover.
Yeah.
And you know what the saying goes, Dave. You always judge a book by its cover.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't trust anything that's in this thing. It's not even Impact. It's some kind of like weird. I don't know what font that is. Here we go. There's a better cover.
Kind of like, yeah. There you go. It's got some serifs.
It's got some serifs.
Yeah.
You shouldn't mix the serifs and the sans serifs, but okay.
Place,
Compelling
and I think we're
evidence of the sudden fall of the legendary
civilization.
civilization.
finding the bits and pieces of it now.
That's a good video game, that Civilization.
What's the last Civ game you played?
4.
You didn't play Civ 5 at all?
Oh, I probably did.
It's very different.
I think 5, but yeah, I'm so tempted. I think
you would like the new one.
I think I would. If I thought I would hate it, I would download it immediately and give it a go.
You can break the hell out of it because it lets you mix. You can pick like any leader, so you can be like, "Oh, I'm going to be the Iroquois and have Catherine the Great." So you can like take leader abilities and like civ abilities, and you can make some like just banana pants civilizations where you're like, "Hey, look, I'm getting 500%, science advancement because I've chained these things together and made this weird Frankenstein civilization." And it's kind of weird. The new one's weird,
but
I don't know if I like it.
Yeah.
It's good. Like the gameplay is good stuff, but you can make some just insane broken civilizations that just clearly ruin the rules. Yeah.
Well,
it's weird because they have multiple ages now. So it's like you don't play the same civilization through the entire game. So you might be like, so you're like, okay, yeah, it's weird. So you're like, okay, you're like so you might be like Egypt or whatever, and then France, and then like America later because America doesn't exist in the so it's
I don't
weird.
like that.
And how much of the map you can see and stuff, like it changes, but you can carry bonuses forward depending how you do. It's very different.
I like shepherding the Aztecs to win the space race.
Well, then you play Civ 5 or 6, but Civ 7, not so much for you. Yeah.
All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Frank Joseph and Art Bell. Hi.
Hello.
Get radio off first.
From a while ago, Buddy Orange. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Did Moses have a hockey team?
The Israelite tribes? Would that be
what? They would be the tablets. They would be the plagues. Oh no, it'd be the plagues. It'd be the Israel plagues.
I like golden calves better.
Golden calves. What do you think of mammoth for Utah?
I like that logo a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Although I actually liked the Utah Hockey Club, like the very classic, like just circle with the thing. I'm like, that's actually really cool. Like it's a very old school retro, but with the mountains and the thing, I like that logo.
Yeah, they did a good job for that first year, like because they actually kind of in a weird marketing way it makes sense, right? Like you get all the initial stuff that's like, oh, I'm so excited we have a team now. I'm going to buy this jersey even though it has no name or logo really.
Yeah.
And then you get the double dip with people next year. It's like, well, now everyone's got to get their mammoth,
Yeah.
Gear.
I mean, it's not my team. I'm not going to buy a jersey or
no,
anything,
but the local people, right?
I think I like the look of it. Kind of reminds me of the Kraken a little bit, like the color scheme and the shape a bit, but
they were supposed to be the Yeti. I'm sure you knew.
I did not know that.
To the theme of today's show. So the reason why they couldn't go immediately, they wanted to be Yeti, and they tried to, and they kind of soft announced it even, and then the people who make the Yeti cups were like, no, you can't.
No, we have this trademark.
We own this trademark over like enough products that they couldn't have gone into. There's a whole bunch of categories they could have never, like you could have never had a Utah Yeti cup, or like there's a number of other categories that they were just, so they got preemptively
told to just sit down.
I forget what the legal phrase is for, and normally I would remember this exactly because they're all trying to do it with Superman in Canada. Injunction, right? An injunction against. So they tried to figure out this whole Utah Yeti, and they finally did. Okay, well, let's just pick another name. I like Mammoth. I like that it's not mammoths. There's no S on the end.
Yeah.
I like that. Also,
if you haven't looked it up, Kip, you should. The logo in the jersey is actually pretty sweet.
Oh, it's pretty. It's definitely. I think it's. Yeah, if you're just, if it's for the kids and like they're just picking a random hockey team to buy a jersey of, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Much like the Penguins back in the day became my second favorite team only because they had the cool jersey.
Really, I never liked it.
Well, this was before all the expansions, back in the 80s. But you got they put up, people are putting up the Utah Mammoth and the Predators, the logos together, and they're like, does this not imply that the next team needs to be like the Scrat creature from Ice Age? Because you got the Mammoth and you got the saber-tooth tiger, clearly.
Yeah.
Now we need, the Quebec Scrats. We get the something.
It was pretty recently, Kip. I feel like the Mammoth logo was revealed within the last.
Oh, during the playoffs for sure.
Yeah.
I think it was either between first and second round or between second and third round when there was a bit of a lull.
It hasn't been a super long time that it's been out. Yeah.
All right.
What's that? It's all right. Go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Joseph.
All right. Where are you?
Vancouver, Washington.
All right. Go.
I'm curious as far as his thoughts regarding the last ice age that disappeared about 12,000 years.
See, we were just talking about Ice Age shit, and now they're talking about Ice Age. So
to go as far as what his ideas are.
But
as far
really,
as
they were talking about it in 1997. So are we the echo, or are they? Is time a flat circle? I mean, I don't know.
I'm not high enough for that conversation.
I've heard that with Atlantis being in the Atlantic, that when it sank, it allowed the warmer currents from the Gulf and farther south to move up, therefore warming the North Atlantic waters and such. And I'd like to know his thoughts on that. Well, that's an extremely interesting question. I agree with him. I think that refers to one of the earlier sinkings of Atlantis. Atlantis originally was a rather large...
Is the question here, did they drown with cold water or warm water?
I don't understand the question here. Or it's just like, hey, there was this ice age 12,000 years ago. What do you think about that?
Strip of land in the mid-Atlantic, and over time, portions of it sank, and only its final destruction was really violent in 1200 BC. Before that, there were various sinkings, and as some of that land was encroached upon by the sea, it indeed led up these warmer temperatures, which had tremendously important consequences climatically throughout the northern hemisphere. That's been pretty well demonstrated now. There's a lot of evidence to show that, especially with the ice core drillings. You can determine former climates by digging down through the ice and seeing ash layers. You can tell what the climate was like 12 or 15,000 years ago. I agree. I think there was this major climatic change that took place.
What about the comet question? A comet supposedly did in the dinosaurs.
Well, not a comet. It was a large extraterrestrial piece of debris, whether an asteroid or so on. Excellent question.
We'll talk rock here. Rock, snowball, whatever it is. Big. There's been a lot of recent concern, and
So Timothy Harmon, I must apologize. Something's going up with my I had to reset my chat bot thing, and your super chat came in exactly the wrong time, so I can't put it up on screen. But Timothy Harmon writes, Earth is a flat circle, not time.
Very true.
So
Speak your truth, Timothy.
Yep. Well done. Can't let Dave get away with that shit.
No.
I've got an
I don't
article in the
believe
other
me
room.
either. So, what are you going to
But
do?
I can put up chats now. See, this is the weird thing.
About a revisit of a comet, which they're wondering the trajectory is within error limits of actually hitting Earth.
So Aldebaran 4, anyway, are you mixing this up with the time when Wayne Gretzky was on Saturday Night Live and they had this skit called Waikiki Hockey with Wayne
I
Gretzky?
do remember Waikiki hockey. Yes. Yeah.
Might be conflating all those memories together.
That's, but I can't say for sure.
Oh my God. So there's parts of my brain now stored. There was a song. It was Kiki Hockey, Waikiki Hockey.
That wasn't
Kiki
early
hockey.
80s though. That was
No, that was after he got traded to LA.
Yeah.
And I'll be saying more about.
So like 89, 90, somewhere in there.
I could see the NHL first showing in Hawaii in the early 80s.
That. But the point is,
what? Who?
You ever been to Hawaii?
Yes, a couple times.
Yeah, nice. Good for you.
We can talk about it afterwards, but not as much. Yeah.
I have not had the pleasure.
You would like it more than I did, probably.
I hear they have a lot of spam.
I am not good at doing nothing.
I'm exceptional at it.
Yeah. I think Hawaii is much more friendly to people who are like fine. It's just like, you're not doing enough. Like, they have lots to do. We saw volcanoes. You can snorkel. You can go on boat ride. All that kind of stuff.
People live there, do their lives and jobs.
But it seems like it's optimized for people who are literally just like, I'm just gonna sit here all day.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Like that sounds fucking amazing to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is everything I want in life. I'm just gonna the temperature is comfortable. We got something nice to look at. I'm just gonna kind of sit here all day.
I'm not good at that.
Yeah, I'm very good at that.
Time immemorial.
People, that's why we're such a dynamic partnership.
That's right.
Lego pieces, puzzle pieces.
That's right. If every piece is the same, it doesn't work.
Yeah. Sometimes you need somebody who's just good at like sort of sitting there and letting time pass.
You are very kind to sacrificially take on that role.
Yep. Well, those are the strengths God gave me, and I feel I have an obligation to share them with the world.
The non-existent God gave you those gifts.
Well, okay, that's a matter of debate. But
the ice and seeing ash layers, you can tell what the climate was like 12 or 15,000 years ago. I agree. I think there was this major climactic change that took place.
What about the comet question? A comet supposedly did in the dinosaurs.
Well, not a comet. It was a large extraterrestrial piece of debris, whether an asteroid or so on. Okay. Excellent question.
We'll talk rock here. Rock, snowball, whatever it is. Big. There's been a lot of recent concern, and I've got an article in the other room about a revisit of a comet, which they're wondering the trajectory is within error limits of actually hitting Earth. And I'll be saying more about that. But the point is, over time immemorial, things have...
Is Axel Ignite just shining us on here at this point?
Well, Paul, when you were in Hawaii, did you go to the Hard Rock Cafe there?
Not in Hawaii, but I've been to about 15 of them other places.
I've been to many Hard Rock Cafes.
And they're all the fucking same.
Yeah. And Planet Hollywood. Been to a number of Planet Hollywoods. Yeah. Yeah.
I hope that's a joke. I hope that, because it's a very good joke if it was a joke.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hard Rock Cafe. You know what? I will say, Axel, I have had burgers at the Hard Rock Cafe, and it's like it was a very, very, just a good burger, just a solid burger.
A solid single, yeah.
Yeah, just a really good burger. Yep.
Klube and Napier, and they have shown conclusively that the Earth passes through a meteor cloud usually in the November season every year. Now, there's hardly anything left of that meteor cloud now, so you'll see some nice meteor displays. It's dissipated over the course of thousands of years. But the last time there was a chance for a major impact was in the 13th century BC, they say, and that coincides perfectly with the destruction of Atlantis. The vast majority of these flood traditions from around the world, and even in the Old Testament and Revelations, this flood is related to a fire from heaven. It is called that over and over again.
I can't take him seriously because he said revelations, so everything he said is bullshit. You can't pluralize revelation.
It's called the fire from heaven over and over again, Paul.
Not in Revelations.
Over and over again. Don't worry
Even
about
the
sources.
My pedantism is off the chart.
The Revelations of John. I've read it. There's like 12. There's so many in there. There's like 50 revelations.
It's just revelation.
There's locusts with people faces. That's a revelation.
There's a dragon.
There's a dragon. That's 2. It's 2 right there. You come to me and be like, "This is
There's
my
rivers,
revelation."
rivers of blood. Yeah, I get it. There's lots.
Yeah. Wormwood and whatever the other freaking comment
Can't
is.
just
I don't know.
pluralize revelation.
Yeah, these are all revelations.
Nope.
myths and legends associated with the building of the Great Pyramid were that it was to be created as a refuge against a coming flood caused by, as described in the Arab traditions, a planet or a large object falling from space. I believe that, in fact, the Earth passed through a large meteor cloud and was bombarded, not by just one meteor.
Is it meteor or meteor? Is it... This cloud has more meat in it than other clouds. Most clouds have very little meat, but some of them are meatier than others.
That's your ignorance is showing, because Paul, there is nothing but meat. This is
What you want, doggy?
Come on, Bella.
But by quite a few, actually. The Earth was under a bombardment, and now the celestial mechanics are being better understood. Establishment astronomers are beginning to understand, yes, our Earth is subject...
Establishment astronomers. Establishment
mechanics are being better
as opposed to the rogue renegade, the rebel astronomers that are out there fighting those establishment astronomers.
To bombardments periodically by these meteor clouds, which are sometimes related to the...
Yeah, maybe Bella did hear me talk about meteor clouds. And
you're not absolutely... Bella is literally starving to death right now, has never been fed in the last 8 years. And even the slightest scrap of food might save her life.
Maybe.
Yeah. As somebody who has seen that dog eat like 5 pounds of food, get fed hand scraps from a whole family, extended family worth of thing, and then come beg at my feet, scratching as if the potato chip I'm holding is like it's
all that's holding her between death and
holding her together.
Death and another day.
Yeah. Like, I just saw you eat half a goddamn fucking ham. You get out of here. So please, sir. I'm so hungry. I'm so weak.
Yeah.
So hungry. I'm so sick. Please, if that carrot could be given to me, please, sir.
Yeah, no beef.
I'm on to your shenanigans, Bella.
Yeah.
It's probably the comment that one of the comments that you might be talking about there.
Well, Professor Marsden, well respected. I'll have to drag the newspaper article out and tell you which one I'm talking about, because I can't recall right now. But more and more mainstream astronomers are issuing these warning bells.
That's correct.
The difference between a mainstream scholar and an establishment, or a mainstream astronomer and an establishment astronomer, is that
depends whether or not they agree.
Is that basically the same?
It depends whether or not
they've sold out to big astronomy.
Big astronomy, yeah.
And it's appearing in the press all the time lately about something hitting Earth.
Just look at the latest issue of Astronomy magazine.
Yes.
That's mainstream, and on the front cover, it shows a painting, this horrendous painting of a meteor strike off the coast of New York. even 5 years ago, I would say even 2 years ago, would not have been discussed as something that's a lunatic fringe. But when that comet Shoemaker-Levy crashed into Jupiter, and astronomers got a good look at what could happen, it made their hair curl. If that happened to our world, I wouldn't be talking to you now. If it could happen to Jupiter, it could certainly happen to us.
First time.
Scientists famously say if we got hit by an asteroid, nothing would happen.
We could never
We'd be fine.
There'll never be another asteroid. Everything's fine.
Oh, even if one did happen, even if it did, there's no big deal. No big whoop.
Yeah. A big whoop. Yeah.
Famously.
Yeah. Are you a dinosaur? No? Well, then you're going to be fine.
Right.
So shut the fuck up, whiner.
And then one hit Jupiter, and they're like, wait, bad things happen when giant...
The comments will continue until morale improves. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Something the size of a continent colliding with us would be a disruption of sorts.
I mean, so like Australia is a continent, Asia is a continent. What are you even talking about? Like that could be anything.
It could be anything.
Yeah. Like
Color line, you're on the.
Well, you know, are you talking about the gravel in my backyard or Ayers Rock in Australia?
I mean, continents are so small, we've lost one under the ocean. We can't even find it.
More than one. Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, you know, we lose continents all the time, Paul. All the time.
Exactly.
You
Evidence
blink,
that we'll be fine.
Gone. You turn your back, and you know, and I'll tell you who doesn't talk about it. Surviving Europe, they don't want you to know. Egypt, they're going to keep their mouth shut about it. They want you to think they're the only people who ever thought of piling rocks in a triangle. They aren't. Atlantis was doing it way before.
Yeah. But between you and me, you know, the United Kingdom there, they got people watching. They're like, hey, if we just disappear one day,
yeah,
you gotta send a ship down or something.
Got to put my hat back on. It's a very good hat.
Poor Claire writes,
is pedantism a word? I thought it was pedantry.
Well, I was trying to invent new words.
Yeah. Linguistic innovation is just one of your many,
that's right,
many notable talents. And that's what I appreciate about you.
I was disturbed to find out. So a philosopher in a video I was reviewing a couple weeks ago used the word factuality.
Yeah.
Or no, facticity. Facticity was the word he used.
Critertunity.
And I was all ready to pounce on him, but I'm like, well, I'm not going to put something in a video until I've looked it up. And sure fucking enough, it is like in philosophy circles, facticity is a fully accepted word. I'm like, fuck. I thought I had the guy. Facticity.
Facticity is a real thing.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah. See? Yeah. Good thing you checked your sources.
Yeah, well, it is a good thing.
Because you would have looked like a real asshole.
That's right. Unlike tonight, where we are without fact checkers.
Yeah. Lesson number 1.
Except the chat.
Don't care what any academics or the wide world thinks. Fact 2.
The chat is our entire fact-checking army here.
Yes, and they're pretty good at it.
They are good. Thank you, Poor Claire, for being our fact-checking army.
With Frank Joseph and Art Bell. Hi.
I've got some to look at. Last Popular Science magazine, it talks about the hurricanes.
Yes, where are you, sir?
Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, all right.
It says that our government in Alaska we've built a machine and we're testing it now and we're manipulating the local weather.
Well, you're talking about Project HARP.
Right.
HARP!
As soon as he said it, I'm like,
HARP! Oh, it should have been bingo night. Oh, no.
Machine in Alaska.
I called this 4 hours ago.
Fuck. It should have been a bingo night. I would have finally.
Sorry, everybody.
Finally got to tick off
HARP on a night where who could have predicted HARP?
Oh, my God. I love HARP. so much.
Frank, I don't know that you know anything about it. As far as I know, the stated goals of Project HARP are not to manipulate the weather. They are to manipulate the ionosphere and to look for underground caverns and tunnels. That one really blew my mind. But there is a project in Alaska right now. I've seen the antenna arrays called Project HARP. Have you heard about that?
Yes, I have.
You know anything about it?
I think far more mind-blowing than looking for caves is the manipulation of the ionosphere. Because the ionosphere, we're told, is being depleted by the worldwide pollution. Why is that important? The ionosphere is a shield of defense against meteor falls, because many times a meteor, unless its trajectory is absolutely perfect, it's not going to hit the Earth. It's going to burn up in the atmosphere.
You would have to be at such a shallow.
Yeah, he's complaining a couple things here.
Your angle of inclination would have to be so shallow to bounce off the ionosphere.
Well, like, so he's kind of mixing a bunch of stuff here. Like, I get what he's trying to say. It wasn't the ionosphere; it's specifically the ozone layer. That was certainly at this time was a big deal. The hole in the ozone layer and the ozone layer being destroyed by CFCs. It was just, okay. Like, there's bleed between like the ionosphere. It's not, but he's like, well, we're losing that. So an asteroid hits, because an asteroid hits the atmosphere and burns up. That's the Earth's main protection against atmosphere, and he's not wrong, right?
Oh, so what he's saying is that we're losing precious seconds of burn up time.
Yes, yeah. So smaller,
not that it's going to bounce off.
Yeah, that it won't burn up in the atmosphere because there's less atmosphere for it to burn up in, which is not true. Even when the ozone layer was being depleted and destroyed, or the things, there was the same amount of gas. It's just that we were losing ozone, which protects against solar radiation very specifically. But there were other gases that were like it wasn't like the atmosphere was shrinking around the Earth. We were just the chemical composition of the gases.
So previously, before the Industrial Revolution, we could get hit. We could safely get hit with asteroids the size of a car.
Yeah.
But now, if it's the size of a bicycle, we're no longer safe from a car. We're safe from bicycle-sized ones, but maybe not as much car ones anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he's saying.
Gotcha. Or maybe it's the difference between like a chicken and a squirrel or something. Yeah, the chicken ones the chicken that'd be totally screwed now. The squirrel ones maybe. But...
Yeah, the squirrel ones still that's not going to make
it.
Yeah.
Although squirrels are getting pretty big these days, so that's maybe not the best example.
Squirrels. Anybody who thinks squirrels are like adorable and just like the cutest things has not lived in a location where squirrels are prevalent, because they are assholes. Squirrels are the worst.
They used to taunt Bella. They used to torture my dog.
They used to steal shit out of our house in Calgary, in southern Calgary, Russia. Like, they would come in through open windows and take shiny things and just run off with them. Like, freaking hated those things.
Between magpies and squirrels, Bella is much happier where she is.
It's kind of like anybody who lives in a region where monkeys are prevalent.
Oh yeah, it's similar. Yeah,
monkeys are not cute. Or like, monkeys are the fucking worst. It's like, well, poison and shoot those things all the live long day, because they are thieving, mean. Like, they will torment animals. They will purposely make your life worse and think it's funny.
Yep.
And monkeys are terrible if you live in a place where there's a lot of monkeys. Yeah.
With you.
Sometimes the atmosphere gets so thick in the ionosphere, it's supposed to be thick, that it will ricochet off, it'll bounce off. Now, if you get a
So he did think that it was like I was. Okay. He did think it was. He literally thought you could bounce things. You gave him too much credit.
It's true. Like, things can bounce off the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it would have to be coming in at pretty much 179 degrees.
Yeah. And nothing that happened in the industrial age would have changed.
No.
That.
ionosphere, your shield gets weaker, and it's going to allow more of these large extraterrestrial debris to crash into the Earth. So if they're building a machine or instrument of some kind to strengthen the ionosphere, that means that somebody is concerned to keep out not only cosmic radiation, which it also does, but it also has...
This is my chance. I'm just going to... So, I don't know. Do you know anything about HARP or what it did or was?
Next to nothing.
So, this is a very real thing. HARP exists.
You keep pitching me on HARP, and I keep losing interest.
So it's this huge array of antennas in Alaska. It is a U.S. Navy project. The idea behind HARP, so you have probably experienced this in your life, as I have. Sometimes, at certain times of day, more so in the olden times when we used to listen to radio. Like, I remember being in like Banff and Jasper, and at certain times of day, you could hear 650 CQM, Saskatoon radio.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Because sometimes, if atmospheric conditions are right, AM radio will bounce off of the atmosphere, and you can get over the horizon radio signals. And people lived in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s when we used to listen to a lot more radio than people do now. This is a thing that would happen, especially AM radio specifically. You would get over the horizon radio because it would bounce off the atmosphere when atmospheric conditions are right. So the idea of HARP was you can use this array of antennas to charge the ionosphere in certain locations in the world, like within range of this, and basically make that into a mirror. So you can then bounce a radio signal off of it. So it's like, if I want to send a radio signal to Afghanistan from continental USA.
So, wait.
Right?
So the project was to make the atmosphere more reflective of certain signals.
You could purposefully, this is a thing that happens in nature.
Okay.
You can recreate the conditions, and you
so
can.
It's not that it was more solid, but it was more reflective.
It's more reflective to particular radio frequencies.
So
you can bounce a radio frequency many thousands of kilometers over the horizon, far beyond line of sight, because you can bounce it between the Earth and the atmosphere if you are able to create the right conditions. And a lot of that has to do with, in nature, it'd be northern lights, charged particles in the ionosphere. Well, you can project those charged particles. You can make this happen artificially and then bounce a radio signal or radar or other things over the horizon, where normally
this seems like an effort that wouldn't be worth it in the age of an internet.
No, but I mean, this was the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Right? It was an experiment. So that's the idea of HARP.
Okay.
Or at least the published idea of HARP. Who knows what's actually
I had not heard it expressed thusly, and so that's all right.
Yeah. The Russians had a similar experiment they ran, but it has to do with like over the radar. So, especially in the age before satellites, being able to project radar over the horizon.
I get it.
A big deal,
no, absolutely. Right? Yeah, no, I remember those times. That for sure.
And being able to communicate with a naval fleet or whatever over the horizon. Well, that's a big deal.
Absolutely. Right? No, I remember those times. Yeah.
That's the genesis of HARP, right? Where it's like, we can do this. And they did. Like, this is a real thing that happened. Where it's like, we figured out we can do this if you charge enough energy in the right way, in the right atmosphere. You can turn the atmosphere into a mirror and bounce signals off of it and then see and communicate over the horizon. That's what HARP is. But people have, it's been a thing for decades where it's like, well, what it actually was, because they were
right. All of a sudden it's like controlling weather or whatever, right? Yeah,
exactly, right into the atmosphere.
Yeah. Scotty Orange for $2 wants to know: would Gary Oldman take a role of Moses or Jesus?
I feel like Moses. I feel like Gary Oldman would.
So here's the thing. Preface this by saying, if you just say, "Hey, Gary Oldman's in," and I'm just saying yes, I'd like it, whatever. like, is it? I didn't tell you if it was a TV show or movie. Doesn't matter. Gary Oldman's in it. I'm gonna watch whatever the thing is. Gary
You
Oldman's
watch
in it.
Slow Horses?
Well, I've tried, and
Hmm.
I tried because Gary Oldman's in it.
Yeah, he's so good. I love it.
Yeah. So, anyway, young Gary Oldman playing
Yeah.
Jesus would be freaking amazing.
Yeah.
But today, he just wouldn't be able to pull off Jesus.
No, nor do I think you'd want to.
No, but I absolutely think I mean, he's not Jewish, so, I mean, being Moses would be a little bit interesting, but he's not Middle Eastern in any way.
It would depend on context and a whole bunch
It
of
depends on
things.
context.
But between those two,
I think he'd play for sure. Between the two, he'd play Moses, and he would do an amazing job.
yeah, I think he's
Yeah,
more likely to play.
It would be
Moses
great.
than Jesus.
It would absolutely be great, especially if it's crazy Moses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because I think Gary Oldman is politically savvy enough to know, like, playing Jesus, like, that's just a bad idea.
Yeah,
that's just. It doesn't matter what the situation is.
I mean,
trouble.
like, I can get it in the context of like, oh, I'm on Saturday Night Live and I'm doing it for a skit or something like a but that's different. So I have now yawned twice, and it is we've done 4 hours.
Yeah,
and I'm an old man, and it is 7 a.m. here.
Yeah.
So I think it's time to wrap up on that last call there.
I think it's a good idea.
So the question, Dave, is do you have a joke on which to end the program?
Oh, we had all this shit going on. I didn't think to.
You don't have to have one.
Okay, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
Why? This is a very dad joke. All right,
Okay.
just
fair enough.
Why is Cinderella such a terrible hockey player?
I don't know, Dave. Why is Cinderella such a terrible hockey player?
Because she made a pumpkin her coach. Yep. That's what I got. That's all you get tonight.
All right. Well, on that note, everybody, we've come full circle on the hockey jokes. Thank you for joining me on my birthday. I appreciate everyone sending the well wishes.
Yes.
We will not speak of it again.
We will.
And then, but thank you for hanging out with us. It's been my pleasure. This is the best possible way to start off.
My birthday is September 2nd. Everybody starts saving up.
Yeah. See, we're all very different. My ultimate wish is that my day could pass and like literally it would never be mentioned, but apparently not. And then
last year I had over 50 people at my birthday party. Just throwing that out there.
Yep. All right. Well, thanks for hanging with us, everybody. And until next time, we'll see you later. Black Box Club.
Black Box Club for life.
Now I'm waiting to hit the stop button.
And that's the end of our show.
There it is.
That's it. That's all.
We done.
After my audio finally. What a night of technical.
So I'm so